Welcome back to Venetian Poker Live. It is time for yet another final table in the DeepStack series. This is the $1,100 Ultimate Stack, which had a $300,000 guaranteed prize pool. 301 total entries as we take you inside the stunning Venetian Poker Room located at level 2 at the Palazzo Grand Canal Shops. And right there in the back corner is where this final table will play out. Let's go inside the streaming room right now. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth to call yet another final table here at Venetian Poker. Got a very interesting lineup for you here today. But of course, most importantly, we have Andy Seth back in the house. BK Ice is on fire. He is our chip leader with 113 big blinds coming into this final table after he won the previous final table that we streamed live. We'll have some more notables here as well as we look at the payouts. 9,800 for the final 7, 60K up top for the eventual winner.
Could have gone slightly differently.
Mike Holtz also in the mix, who started day 2 as the shortest stack and has spun it into a spot at the final table.
We got to remember to do the thing.
Yeah, we do the things, we do the stuff. Remember, guys, camaraderie.
Put your cards in the
just like we did.
Got some sunglasses and hoodies out. This feels like a real poker final table. Andy Seth, however, not in need of any of that. Gotta give him love right away because that sweater looks excellent. Donnie, quite the final table here today.
Yeah, this is a really, really good one. You mentioned the short stack coming into day 2 was Mike Holtz. The chip leader was Darren Rabinowitz.
Oh, wow.
And he has run that chip lead to this final table. But of course, all eyes on Andy Seth. Can the man go back to back?
Compare down there, right? It's just like
575.
Got an all in right away.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, we got Sen Mu, originally from China, all in there on the very first hand.
I was going to
Pocket
get a
threes.
walk on my first one.
Time go through.
Almost.
Living in Las
Let the
Vegas now,
bluffing
plays
begin.
poker for a living. He'll take down hand number 1 here.
Yeah, who would do that?
Yeah, good jam
crazy.
there. You know,
We'll see in
I
an
know a
hour.
lot of people
Yeah,
can think, okay, I have more than 10 bigs. I got 13, 14 big blinds. I'm on the button. Maybe I just put it in a standard raise here, but I think you do prefer to shove those smaller pairs there.
Michael?
Mike.
Probably
Yeah.
up to like 18, 20 big blinds, something like that.
What do you go by?
Andy.
Okay, that's what I thought, but.
You really don't want to
Yes,
be
sir.
raise calling off with 2 threes.
Is it
You'd
Seth
rather
or
just
Seth?
put the money in, and if somebody calls you, they call you. But
Philip Brocoum over there has got the rooster as a chip protector. I wonder what the story behind that is. Darren Rabinowitz, as you said, Donnie, chip leader on day 2, also made it to the final table. He's got 3.6 million in career tournament earnings. Rabinowitz, he's got some work to do here today with 1.3 million in chips at this current moment. Rabinowitz, just like Andy Seth, goes way back in the live and online realm.
oh yeah,
Outspoken on Twitter, at least back in the day. I'm not as active as I once was. Me and him have had some back and forths. Always entertaining, Rabinowitz. I'm happy to see him here. I hope he perhaps has some chirps ready for us as the final table
You seriously
goes on.
never played PLF on WSOP?
I'm messing around. Like I'll play
But you would play like 2, 4, 3, 6, right?
5, 10.
Yeah.
I play have one for 3-handed.
Yeah,
Play,
like-
I can work with.
Yeah.
Like I don't actually know how to play, but like I know enough. And I
Yeah.
know poker.
I haven't, my WSOP account's closed. I haven't played on there in like 3 or 4 years.
If I play, have
But,
one for 3-handed, I think I can like figure it out against most of the people on there.
So these cards have magnetic chips in here that can be read underneath?
That seems, yeah, I think
guess
it's
so, yeah.
either that or it's magic, but probably that, yeah.
definitely
I
I think
magic.
it's NFC, like a credit card or something.
100%.
Oh, yeah, it's like RFID.
Or whatever, yeah.
Sounds like Thomas Morio at his first televised final table from Bellevue, Washington, now living in Newport Beach.
Queen 9 suit,
Action on Morio here with Jack 4 off.
so I just don't play.
This, he opened on, and you're just talking to him about other hands? I'm just making sure. Maybe. Could be wrong. Yeah.
Just talking to him.
Mike Holtz, no stranger to the big final tables. He's got a World Series Poker bracelet under his belt from back in 2022. has joined me for commentary during the WSB main event last year, and he's got the perfect radio voice.
Oh yeah.
Action.
Notice he folded the ace-jack off there, got out of the way of this.
Yeah, Brocoum finds pocket tens in the big blind, and for 885, he is all in against the under the gun raise from Andy Seth, who gets caught stealing, if you will. Do you think it's in Andy Seth's best interest to raise hands like that? I know it didn't work out this time, but especially given the stack dynamics, it might be profitable.
Yeah.
I think early on here, he's going to see how much he can get away with, which I think is completely understandable and an approach that I would suggest he should be taking. And then if he does end up getting played back at, like there, whether it's players just, playing back at him because they are trying to take advantage of him being a little looser, or if they are just picking up hands, I think he'll adjust. But early on, I do like him. Pretty much any sort of close to playable hand for him with this chip lead that he has. Just really open it up, put a lot of pressure on your opponent. It does help him that Mu has, 675 over there, so about 13 big blinds. Now the blinds have just gone up to 50K. So the other players, as evidenced by, Mike Holtz folding ace-jack off there from the small blind, they're not going to want to go bust. They're going to want to try and at least outweight Mu if they can, get a ladder up, and then go from there. See Rabinowitz here getting active with ace-7 suited. Seth coming with the defend here.
The two most accomplished players going head-to-head. Donnie, how much of a factor is understanding your opponent's ability, or I guess track record in tournament play, when as it pertains to how likely are you to want to go to battle versus perhaps being a bit more cautious against that specific player because there might be some easier spots?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to think a little bit harder. Decision points might become a little bit more difficult. Knowing somebody is capable of, X, Y, and Z versus just X. If you're playing against a very straightforward player, okay, they might not be check raising bluffs. They might not be floating in position, stuff like that. Whereas when you're playing against capable opponents that have a lot of experience and, they know the run of the land, they might get after it a little bit more. Now, Andy Seth as well has this big chip lead, so he may even get a little bit more creative in that sense. So it's going to be tricky in spots for Rabinowitz. Benefit to him, though, of course, is position on the chip leader. Rabinowitz has certainly been around the block. He's playing all this stuff in Vegas. He's a very, very good, accomplished player. He knows what he's doing. Calling here in position with that flush draw and drills it on the end. So this could be a little costly here for Seth.
Check.
Seth does come with the check. Backdoor flush, always such a well-disguised hand.
And there's going to be a lot of these, ace X of clubs probably in the range for Rabinowitz. Even stuff like ace 5 of clubs, ace 4 of clubs. You can put ace deuce of clubs in there probably too, but specifically with the ace 5, ace 4 of clubs, also has a straight draw on the turn to go along with that flush draw. So I would expect all this sort of stuff to be in there. If he does have a hand like, let's say 2 10s that plays like this, just calls the bet on the turn, I'm not sure that type of hand would go for value on the river. So
3, back 375.
very polar here. I like it. Or sorry, I thought he said 875.
I thought so too, but it's 375 here from Rabinowitz.
I thought he came with the overbet.
Interesting here to me, the fact that Rabinowitz bet flop and then Seth took control leading turn. How much does that factor in to Seth's thinking here on the river?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I think, that's a good fold there, disciplined. I think, Rabinowitz is going to play the hands like he has that have the backdoor equity, and then also, hands like, let's say, queens, tens, even jacks that
eerily
end up hitting a
quiet.
set.
Yeah.
Just probably a little bit less likely because there's a
Feels good
jack
to be able
out
to
there.
Shuffle orange chips
Those
so
second
hot.
group of hands, I would guess that he's not going to be betting for value on the river. Just going to check those back, but obviously too good to fold on the turn.
Feel good to be able to shuffle chips.
Yeah.
Remember when you couldn't shuffle chips?
Yeah,
I
down
could have
to,
seen also an argument
Base
for
game, yeah, good
Seth
one.
to come
Oh,
out with
before you
some
learn
sort of
how to-
blocker
yeah,
bet
yeah,
there
What did I do with my
on the
hand?
river, just trying to control some sort of size that he wouldn't mind paying off should he go check call. But still, it doesn't get sticky with the top pair there, which is, it's good, it's discipline. It's easy when you got a big chip lead, you can just kind of flick it in and be like, all right, whatever, you know, what is 375 at the end of the day to my stack? But that's a good fold. We are looking at about a 3K pay jump right now, so right around 3 buy-ins.
Action folds to Brocoum with ace-6 off and a million chips on the button. Now, is he mostly concerned about Morio and Mu, and is ace-6 just not worth the raise there, or would you say this might be a bit too conservative?
I don't mind just folding there. I mean, it is ICM conscious. Ace-6 off is just a bad ace. You have to go into 2 very capable players, one of which has a big chip lead. The other one, Rabinowitz, has a very healthy stack sitting on 34 big, so I don't mind taking a cautious approach there.
That's the raise. 150.
Rabinowitz with one of those big little combos that can attack, blocking the higher stuff, unblocking all that middle kind of connected stuff that Seth might have.
Quite a bit of room to play here at this final table. We're playing 25K, 50K with the 50K big blind ante. Seth with the largest stack on 80 bigs, but no one really in immediate danger. Mu, I should say, the short stack on 675. Still 13 big blinds, and as you're watching this as a tournament player, you know that 13 bigs, you know. These days in poker, that is a lot of chips.
I would say, you know, this is, if you're thinking about playing a tournament at Venetian, this goes to show how good these structures are. You know, oftentimes we get down to this stage, it's everyone's kind of playing 10 to 15, 10 to 20 big blinds. It's kind of just a shove fest, you know, but here, clearly, shortest stack being on 13 big blinds still, you know, pretty healthy stacks all around. A lot of playability here. You're getting a lot of bang for your buck.
Donnie, we didn't even rehearse the fact that you were going to bring that up, because I have the upcoming event schedule here, and I just want to emphasize that this Wednesday, May 7th, the next live-streamed Ultimate Stack kicks off. This one is an $800 buy-in. Again, 300K guaranteed prize pool, so even more bang for your buck looking at, you know, the return on your buy-in investment. 4 starting flights, 1A, B, C, and D. D happening on Saturday, so you can go for the weekend swoop, jump in on Saturday, play day 2 on Sunday, and then the soothing voices of Donnie Peters and myself will be able to critique your every play on Monday, May 12th, as the final table stream starts at 1 p.m. Pacific time, 4 p.m. Eastern. So just to keep that in mind, 40-minute levels, 40,000 starting stack. If you are a weekend warrior or perhaps already in town, that kicks off on Wednesday. Tomorrow, there are also events ongoing. The $400 Ultimate Stack has a 20K guaranteed. That is a single day event. Same for the $200 No Limit Bounty, which happens to be registering at 6 p.m. up until 10:40. So maybe a little bit of after dinner action. All I can say is that please follow Venetian Poker on Twitter or X. It's just at Venetian Poker. That's probably the best way to stay in the loop. And if I had any more time in my day, events like that is what would bring me out to the poker room. Honestly, love those single day events.
You here, I believe, should be jamming this one. You got a late position open out of the cutoff from Seth. He's probably going to be quite a bit wide here, so Queen Jack suited, even if called, is going to play just fine, and he does come with the jam and gets it through.
That guy Lyle is so funny.
What?
The vape.
Oh, that was fucking hysterical. The whole, the smelling and the coughing and the.
Like there's this big rant every time he sees someone vape with how vapes are illegal in like 30 countries, so you shouldn't be able to do it. Despite the fact that that's obviously not any like relevant of wrong or two, and like there's plenty of things banned in 30 countries that are just fine for you.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like women's rights banned in 30 countries doesn't mean
Right.
that's just like.
But if you can use it for your,
That's like his big.
Raise 100.
Seth with a race to 100K, and Rabinowitz finds jacks. Almost stopped dead in his tracks from conversation. Now, I'm not going to claim that's a tell. That's just the fact that he wants to play this hand. But it's always funny how that interrupts the thought process, perhaps. And now we're focused on the hand at play. Also, once again, welcome to everyone in the show. I mean, please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. It's a lovely, cool Monday afternoon in Las Vegas. Let yourself be heard in the chat. I see you out there. Earl, A-Train, Danny, Texas Sub. For those watching on the PokerGo YouTube channel, please know that the Venetian Poker Live channel is also available to you. Posting daily content there as well. And Morio in the big line gets a nice price here with the 3-deuce offsuit. No stop and go or otherwise creative plays
Check.
available to him on this King 10-6 with 2 spades. Nobody really too excited about this one. Rabinowitz, who just flatted the raise, now with jacks staring at an overcard, but given the fact that Seth shows no aggression, must make him feel slightly better. Donnie, the 6 pairing. If Seth doesn't make a move, this is when we start trying to get some value here from our jacks, I'm assuming.
Possibly, yeah. He might just take the showdown approach. This 6 pairing here could have been a license for Morio to come out with a bet. If anyone's going to connect with the 6 here, I would say it's going to be the big blind range.
Check.
So, you know, possibly a missed opportunity there for Morio. I mean, not that it would have worked, yes, but, you know, he probably could have got
Check.
2 barrels through if he would have come with it there.
Check. Check.
It's going to check down
2 pair.
here, though.
Whoa.
Gets checked around all the way. And Rabinowitz will take this down.
Could be some insight into how Morio's approaching this, given that a couple hands ago he opened the 7-6 suited, then he passed on the ace-9 off on the next hand, and then there also calling, getting a good price out of the big blind with 3-deuce suited.
$110.
110.
And here comes Brocoum with 110, holding King Jack of clubs. Rabinowitz with ace-5 of diamonds. Rabinowitz has Brocoum covered by 2-1. We, of course, do not know the history between these players during yesterday's play, but probably understandable from Rabinowitz that when Brocoum shows aggression for what I believe is the first time, he'll let go of that ace-5.
Yeah, Brocoum did pass on King 10 suited earlier in an under the gun spot. He just folded it. He did have that jam with the 2 10s, but other than that, you know, also, not that the players know it, but we know it, the passing of the ace-6 off on the button, you know, didn't opt to raise there. So my guess is he's probably just taking a conservative approach, which, you know, in the ICM world that we live in at these final tables is fine.
Morio with ace-jack in the small blinds. Not the greatest spot to be in, out of position here against the early position raiser with ace-jack. Donnie, in what hopes are we getting involved here? perhaps a lack of experience on my part, but ace-jack in this situation, given the stack sizes, given the position, just sort of like creating lots of trouble.
Yeah, I think I would prefer probably just folding here. Now, if you think that your opponent, which I don't think that we would categorize Brocoum as, you know, getting out of line here from under the gun, maybe you can just 3-bet jam your hand. But I think he's been tight enough that ace-jack off probably isn't going to do too well posed. Now, maybe there's a world where you get creative with a non-all-in 3-bet, planning to fold, just kind of take some initiative on the hand, but this could be tricky here on this flop because obviously Brocoum drills a straight, and Morio's got a jack of diamonds to go along with that open-ender.
Yeah, I didn't want to sort of jump all over this with an exciting call, but Brocoum flopping the absolute nuts. He's got backdoor clubs available to him, but Morio, with a very strong holding himself, comes with a check call, very understandable here as we await the turn. The color of the turn card is going to decide a lot here, and it is the total blank 4 of hearts. Now, Donnie, if you're Brocoum here, do we continue to go perhaps a bit on the smaller side because we have so much hand strength?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can also start charging a little bit more here, maybe in the range of 300 or so. Don't need to go super small. You know, there is a flush draw out there. You don't have any diamonds in your hand to block your opponent from having that. Of course, you unblock all the top pairs. You know, maybe he's in there with the Queen Jack type of hand that has top pair plus a combo draw. I think it's pretty good to, or at least pretty safe to assess that if Morio were to have a hand here, like let's say ace jack of diamonds, probably just check jams and tries to get it in and, you know, realize full equity here. So
Brocoum comes with a little bit less than half pot, 460 in the middle. He bets 200,000. Morio now with a decision to make. And look at this. He reaches for those orange chips, comes along and makes the call. We got 860 in the middle. Neither player with a pot size bet left. And it's the ace of spades on the river that gives Morio a pair of aces. Brocoum still with the nuts, now with Broadway. This is a crazy scenario for ace jack.
yeah, this is going to be a really tough spot. I mean, it depends on the sizing that Brocoum comes with here.
Well, there's no one-card straights available, so that is definitely a factor. Now, also, Donnie, we got to give Brocoum credit for some strong aces himself.
Yeah, he could be betting a hand like, let's say, ace, king of diamonds, stuff like that, and look at this. He's just going to go for all of it.
With the candies on top, Brocoum all in for 620.
I really do like the sizing structure that Brocoum took here, allowing himself to get all in, not really being any sort of like big overbet on the turn or big overbet on the river. You know, this is just sized very well on all three streets. So well done by him.
Can you include it?
You know, if you think Brocoum here might have a hand like, let's say, two kings,
One more in the back.
620.
I don't think he's firing all in here on the river.
620.
So
Yeah, 620.
you block a straight.
620?
That's kind of unfortunate for you. You're blocking aces, right? You're blocking ace queen. I mean, this is probably going to be a tough spot for Morio to get away from with the way that he's approached this hand. And I always kind of think that once you pull those chips out to the side, you know, you're kind of like telling yourself in a way like, okay, I can call and afford it. You know, it's this much.
Morio wondering, what do I beat here? And that's the question, Donnie. Brocoum, a player who's been tight so far, and now it's only been a few hands. Would he go absolutely bonkers here with the hand that he can still beat? And then what hands are those?
I mean, he would have to be turning a hand like kings into a bluff here, king, queen, queen, jack, stuff like that into a bluff. Now, queen, jack, maybe. Queen, jack, jack 10, maybe you turn those hands into a bluff because you block the straights from your
He wanted to
opponent.
shove the bluff.
You block some two pairs and stuff like that, so maybe that's one. Just from what we've seen so far early on here from Brocoum, I'm going to say he's not a guy who's going to be finding those more intricate bluffs, so I think that's just pure value there, and ultimately it's a good fold for Morio, you know, not getting married to hitting an ace on the river.
All right, so Brocoum with a nice little chip up here, just shy of 1.5 million. Morio, Mu, and Holtz are the three short stacks. Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. Let us know what side you're on.
Oh,
Also curious
I
to hear
didn't
from the
want
chat.
I did
How
not
was your
want
weekend
that.
at the
That's
tables?
fine. Yeah, got to be careful on this table for sure.
Yeah, I thought that was.
What was that seat?
That one almost did too.
I just went from ace-5 to pocket aces, so that's good.
Darren doesn't care.
Raise
No worries.
105.
Rabinowitz makes it 105 with ace-9. Pay jumps also very much a concern here. We go from almost 10K to 13K to 17K in the next 3 jumps. Or I should say the next 3 payouts. Players such as Rabinowitz and Bozkurt highly motivated to at least outlast the next 3 players.
The good dirty.
Donnie, for how sort of full of flair Mike Holtz's personality is, I'm a little disappointed that he's wearing the hoodie and the sunglasses.
I mean, you know, he just wants to be concealed a bit.
Unbelievable. You're not a hoodie and sunglasses guy, Donnie.
I'm not, no.
You're also blind, so the sunglasses probably restrict you from even telling what cards you have.
I'm not blind.
I think you mentioned once before that one of the reasons you don't wear sunglasses is because it's so hard to see the cards.
Well, I never play with sunglasses. Okay, so it's not that I wouldn't be able to see them. I'm concerned that I would make a mistake.
Oh, okay.
Like I don't want it to be too dark and I like mess something up somehow. So I'm like, whatever. I'll just play without the sunglasses. Not a big deal.
Absolute monster here for Morio. He is the short stack.
Also, just quickly, Remco, on that last hand, Brocoum elected to fold from the big blind, king 8 of spades. So I think that just kind of goes into the overall nature that, okay, he's probably a guy who's not going to find those types of bluffs and all that sort of stuff if he's going to be folding a king 8 suited, you know, getting a really good price from the big blind. So ultimately then going back to the hand with Morio, good fold by him, not getting married to that ace jack.
Seth's going to call here with 10-7 of diamonds from the big blind. Hoping to flop something against Morio here. And we see 6-8 deuce 2 diamonds inside straight flush draw for Seth. Nice little all-in check raise situation here potentially.
Yeah, I mean, he could come with a lead here if he would like. He could also just check rip it in. If you check, you know, you do risk that your opponent might check back hands like the ace queen of hearts that kind of just whiffed here. Don't really want to get blown off their hand if you think the ace high has some sort of showdown value. So I like taking initiative here on like 7 high, 8 high type of boards from Seth. So well done by him, putting a lot of pressure on Morio. And Seth, of course, with this amount of equity, he just doesn't mind playing for it all, especially with the stack size that Morio has. So even if Morio puts it in here with, let's say, you know, 2 black jacks, then Seth is obviously just going to call it off and run that equity and not really be too concerned about it.
Morio 625 left in his stack, and look at that. Ace queen ends up in the muck. Seth happy to take it down right here.
Good.
I mean, it's not fun to have to just give up ace queen suited there. You know, we all get it. We've all played enough poker, but I think that's just good to stay disciplined if you're Morio. Yeah, you're now down to 12 bigs, and these last couple of hands certainly have not gone your way, but you're not out of it yet. So, you know, stay in the fight as best you can.
I meant to talk to Matt after last
You gotta
stream.
really
Y'all
check
gotta
slide
slide
'em
them.
here.
Like
Yeah,
you gotta
yeah,
like
it's so
have
important.
a procedure where the cards on this table only get slid.
Yeah, when you
It
punch 'em, they
happened.
just flutter too much.
What about just every table?
Yeah, sure.
that'd be
But
cool
we'll
stuff.
start in the streams at least. That we can get that done like today.
Yeah.
The other one, I'm sure you've seen.
No, you
Savage and Berkey arguing about it.
I argued Savage last night.
Arguing with
What's he called
Savage?
me?
Really?
Why didn't I call you?
I'm always down for an argument with Matt.
It was
Savage.
the charity series of poker.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Where?
It was at what's it
Raise.
called? Sterling Club.
100,000.
Brocoum makes it
Still
100K on the button.
I don't know where Turnberry is, but I'm sure it is.
Yeah, I live there.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, sick.
That's still here.
Action on Seth in the small blind with ace-9. This whole time I thought Brocoum was wearing a red leather jacket, and only now I'm realizing it's actually more like a athleisure type vibe. I have to adjust my ranges based off of that. But Seth here comes with 315 from the small blinds. If Brocoum has the guts, then maybe this is a time to pull the trigger versus someone like Seth, but he lets it go really quickly. Yeah, he does. I mean, it's a tough spot there. Yeah, you're going to have the best hand, probably a fair bit against
a buddy who I've been chatting with a
Seth
bunch
with that big chip.
Just on the ace or whatever.
I didn't
But
see
also,
it,
I mean, look how
like
short
ace
some of these
deuce
players
three.
are.
You
You
said,
got
like
12
a
big blinds, you
flash.
got 15 big blinds.
And the
so
only thing I was sure was it wasn't like a 10 or 9. Like it could have been ace deuce 3. It also could have been paint. So I really couldn't say I saw it.
Yeah, I know
Like,
what
it's
you
like
mean.
one of those things
No,
where
I know
it
exactly
wasn't
what you
a
mean.
10, but I don't know what it was.
Yeah, my buddy was watching the stream and he was telling me about it.
The 8-7 suited?
Yeah, that's the you had, right?
Yeah, fold. Yeah.
Yeah. He like sent a clip of it.
Yeah.
We watched in the group chat and everything. Yeah, I was surprised it didn't get exposed, but whatever. What can you do?
The guy had 2 aces.
It's pretty good. It's an above average holding.
All in.
All in.
Morio all in with ace-8 off here for 625.
650? 625?
625.
luck.
625,000.
Fold.
Fold.
Wait, why did you fold? If you only saw one of the other cards. Even if you saw
I just
eight.
felt weird as fuck, bro. It was the weirdest circumstance. Like I can't really fold, but
Like even if you know one of the cards is against the other card. you just-
correct. I just
or like,
correct.
yeah.
It very well could have been. I just folded. I don't know what to say about it. Sometimes I short circuit.
Ace-9 for Mu, and he's got the better ace, as we can tell, but this is not an easy spot by any stretch.
I'm a field player, Darren.
Yeah.
You know this.
It felt right.
Fold.
Mu does let it go, and Morio takes this one down.
You're playing it just about the same exact amount, 6.
650 now.
Yeah.
Defoe in the chat says that he almost made this final table. He got 38th place. Well, there's always next week, or in this case, there's always this week. Wednesday, the next one kicks off. That also has a streamed final table, but sorry to hear you didn't make it. And now Brocoum with ace-queen off, upgrading himself
Raise.
from the
Raise.
ace-jack he had prior.
100,000.
Just gonna make it 100K.
Fold.
How old are you, Darren?
37.
How many people do you think in the world have as many caches as you,
Oh, heads up.
your age or below? I feel like for your age, you might be like
30,
the
40, 30.
people.
Bozkurt
has been
Overall
very
cashes?
conservative
Like
so
live?
far.
Live cash.
Makes the call here
Is
from the
it
big blind with king 10
450
of
or something?
clubs.
100 mob it said?
Flops straight and flush
The
draws.
fucking legend.
It's a lot of cash.
2 legends right next to each other. Shit's crazy.
Check.
One legend that's been doing it. One legend that washed up on the beach somewhere.
It's a pretty good spot to be, man.
Yeah.
Check.
Sure.
Action goes check, check.
Yeah, I don't know. There's some people.
10
out
on the
there.
turn. Now
Name one. Who has?
Brocoum
You're
open-ended.
37 or
Bozkurt
younger that has.
with a
like,
pair and the
Nick
aforementioned
Bowen,
draws.
Mike Wang.
For sure, bro.
Both of them grind
150,000.
pretty hard.
150 here, the lead.
How old are you?
37.
37. Thing is, I don't even feel like you grind that much. You just cash every third turn you play.
I grind everything.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Darren plays literally
A lot.
everything. I mean, everything from online to live doesn't matter. He's in there. He might golf in the morning and show up late,
I
but
doubt it. But
he's 100% in there all the time.
Well, Brocoum looks as though he's going to stay in this one as well.
Here's my name. Here in the
575 now in the
Yeah.
middle, going to the river.
Sorry.
River is the 8 of clubs.
Wow, look at this river.
Bozkurt
I've been here
makes
for a week and
his
I've
flush.
almost sold them all.
Brocoum with the queen high straight. Donnie, how do we proceed?
I mean, I think Bozkurt could should just keep betting here.
Ari is
No need to
definitely
not
gonna
bet your
be in this
hand. You know, you don't
conversation
want your
for sure.
opponent to
there
check
can't
back,
be that many.
kind of some one pair type of hands.
It can't be 30, bro. 10, I
So
believe.
just
Yeah.
bet.
Once you start
Hopefully your
naming these
opponent
names,
has
it's- yeah.
I
2
guess.
pair plus here and ultimately pays you off.
8 years older than me.
275,000.
Yeah. For any like reasonable stage. Some people who play like the 80s get a lot.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
guys
Brocoum
that,
here,
like,
just looking at
you
his
guys that
mannerisms,
looks
is
like-
kind of like, I
No,
mean,
tough
yeah,
as that.
he can obviously have a flush, but I have a straight. I just have to pay this one off. It's too much of a hand, but I'm not exactly like, you know, fist pumping here.
Yeah.
Call.
Does pay it off. He's going to see the bad
That's
news.
it?
And Bozkurt plays his first pot of significance and wins a massive one.
And 275.
He now up to 2.9 million and looking very strong as Brocoum slips
To check you there.
730K.
No, thank you. Told you I wasn't lying.
Do a sparkling water.
Miss, can I have the water too, please?
How do you actually say it? I know my pronunciation sucks. Teşekkürler.
Same works
Teşekkür ederim.
here.
Yeah. Water, please, water. Thank you.
Feel more like a
And it's-
father like this.
Ooh.
Donnie,
Oh, okay.
look at that VPIP of Mike Holtz.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he hasn't had a ton of hands to play. The ace-jack from the small blind, ace-jack
small
off,
blind,
you know, he passed on there. I'm more surprised with him passing on the 2 4s. I believe it was from the cutoff a couple hands ago.
That color
I
looks
thought
nice.
that would be one where
thank
off
you.
Good chain.
16 big blinds, you know,
like
you
it.
might
You were wearing a
see
black hat before?
Holtz
I was
just
wearing
put
a
the money
hoodie.
in.
Yeah, this is much better. Yeah,
It's much more, yeah.
A couple of kings here for
All my
Rabinowitz.
hats are dirty. I like went to look this morning. I was like, yeah, these all need to be cleaned. So
Wow, did you get the haircut?
Bozkurt with an interesting spot here. Rabinowitz is coming in late position from the cutoff. King
This has been
Jack
good to
off
me.
here.
No
he
price.
might put this into the 3 bet
$16 million.
bucket.
I'll take
Well,
that.
I-
It's right
You know, he's
fucking
got a
now.
lot
You know
of
what?
chips now. He
Yeah,
won
check.
that last
Yeah,
pot.
there
Talk
you
about
go.
it.
There is a price.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to come with just call.
Wow, you called that bluff quick.
Yeah, 16 million usually does it. Yeah. You knew the number.
The 10K in cash, you wouldn't sell me that rooster today.
Yeah, it probably would.
Oh, so there's a real price.
He's like-
Okay. Now we're talking.
Morio with 10-3 of spades in the big blind. Probably thinking, can see the flop here, multi-way, maybe flop a flush draw. Get my money in with some decent equity here.
Players.
Let's see the flop. Queen 8-9, rainbow flop. Gut shot here for Bozkurt. Rabinowitz's kings well out in front.
Check. Check. 160,000.
Rabinowitz comes with 160. Out of position for Bozkurt. Perhaps a bit tough to continue here.
Fold.
And Rabinowitz takes this one down.
Mike, you play a lot on WSOP?
I did. I haven't recently, but like, yeah, over the time, yeah, for sure.
Why not recently?
Just the schedule's been super bad, and then for some reason they like cut off all my, like I have a $0 deposit limit on everything. I have to do cash the cage for some reason. I don't know if like they have like a vendetta. I don't know what's going on, but I can't deposit with anything.
I wouldn't accept
Thank
credit
you.
from you either, honestly.
I wouldn't either. I'm a dastardly man. Thank you. Give me 1 second. I don't even know. Somebody have dollars on them? I didn't.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Thank you.
I mean, I have you at some point. Hold up a second. I gotta put this in.
Yeah.
I'll
Sorry.
get you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
100,000.
Anybody play more volume than you over the last year? Over the last 5 years, I mean?
Yeah. I've never been #1 in volume in a year.
No.
I've never been top 5 in volume in a year. I don't think.
You're like one of the biggest winners
Call.
every year, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. For the most part.
He does put in a lot of volume, though.
I do play a lot of volume without a shadow of a doubt. Sorry, yeah, that's right. I'm in this hand. We're playing poker. We're doing this stuff.
Two players?
Jack 5-9, 2 diamonds. Bozkurt flopping the diamond flush draw. Seth
Check.
with the lone king of diamonds.
Check.
After 2 checks, 10 of spades hits. Donnie, if you're Bozkurt here, are you supposed to be taking charge of this hand on the flop right away, given how strong your draw is?
No, I think you can check back quite a bit with some draws, especially the nutted ones. I think it's fine. Also protects that check back range. You know, should you make your hand get to a showdown, that sort of stuff, you know, it's good when your opponents can essentially see that, listen, when he's checking back, you know, it's not just like a capped range. Like, he can have the flush draws in there. He can have these different types of draws in there too. You know, you want to always keep your opponents on the toes as much as you can. So now, I wouldn't say you need to check back all the time. You know, sometimes you can bet your nut flush draw. Sometimes you can check it back. It can go either way. He does make it, and Seth with that
40,000.
king of diamonds in his hand is just coming here.
Wow. What an incredible river card for Bozkurt. And he's going to double check this to make sure. As Seth comes with 440 into 635. This is an enormous swing here at this final table. Bozkurt is going to go charging up the ranks in a matter of just 2 hands. The question is, can he make some additional coin here on this river? No matter what he does, it's going to look very strong. And we also know that Seth whiffed on this one. And there we go. Sliding
1.1.
tall stacks forward.
Yes, raised to 1.1.
1.1 million.
Thank you.
Good hand.
New chip leader. Couple of hands and things just swing. Kings again for Rabinowitz, huh? What's it like?
Raise 105,000.
Aces for Morio.
Whoa. Aces versus Kings brewing here as the short stack finds the dream scenario. Morio, understandably, taking his time here. He knows the move, and the move is to go all in. Morio taking his time, trying to look weak.
All in.
All in.
And here we go, Morio all in with aces. All the way until the cards are shown. Rabinowitz will be stoked.
Oh.
He's going to find out the bad news here.
Oh my God.
Okay,
Wow. Wow.
Aces versus Kings, 1.2 million in the middle. Morio's tournament life at risk.
Made for TV moment.
How?
So exciting.
Morio standing up, obviously
I am too.
not out of the woodwork just yet. Queen 7-4 rainbow. Rabinowitz in search of the king of spades as the king of diamonds has been folded. 7 of hearts on the turn. 1 card to come. Coming with the prepay. River card. The ace of spades. And Morio will double up. Rabinowitz knocked down.
I don't know if I like that little slow roll flip that you did.
Count one of those stacks.
It's like she kept it down,
Yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
little
I'm
rubbed
afraid
it
of the
around
wind.
and then flipped it.
I'm afraid of the wind.
The wind.
Well, the air.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Community cards.
I got 3.
At least she only had 2 outs to swipe. Could be
You put 5 in the stack.
She does that, and you have 11, and it's like, oh my
I
God.
feel like I don't run that great in those situations, though.
Wow.
Well, that's over now.
Yeah, well,
You know, you won the big one, the big spot. That's over.
it's over.
Never allowed to
Aces
say it
and
again.
kings. Oh my God. Wow.
All right, so still 7 players here. If you're just tuning in, you haven't missed an elimination yet. 10K guaranteed for the final 7 players. $60,000 up top for the winner. Stay tuned to find out who will win this thing as Mr. BKI, Sandy
Yes,
Seth, is going for
yes,
back-to-back
correct.
titles here
66.
at the Venetian. Mike Holtz
This hand, 36
still
60.
looking to play his first hand at this final table.
30 out there.
Once
Yeah,
again,
just
if
so
you're
y'all know,
enjoying the
last-
coverage, please.
Last stream, they
Hit the like
they
button.
said that as soon as the clock goes up, the fines are
Subscribe
up.
to the
It doesn't
channel.
matter if
Who sells
Yeah,
Nobody
he
has to
doesn't have to
announce
come
it.
and announce it. No one has to say it.
That's how it should be everywhere, really. But
What was he on? How much did you pay?
570. $1.29.
130,000.
And Morio wastes no time to put his new chips to use. Raises with ace-3. Andy Seth never shy about seeing a flop. Makes the call with 9-4 off. He must be thinking that he has some kind of edge over Morio post flop.
Yeah, this does feel a little loose. I mean, suited, I think it's fine to get in there with probably pretty much any suited combination of cards for the most part. But the 9-4 off, Probably just would have found a fold.
100,000?
Top and bottom for Morio.
If this was Hanks and if this was a cash game, he would now go all in. Well, I mean,
Raise to 265,000?
I wasn't far off. Comes with the check raise at 265 with the 4 of hearts. And now Morio probably incentivized to just make the call and perhaps evaluate what Seth's going to do in the turn here.
Yeah, and even so, I mean, I think it's going to be pretty hard for Seth to ultimately win this hand. I mean, even if, let's say, a heart peels off, which obviously gives him a flush. I mean, your opponent could have, like, ace-queen with the queen of hearts. So, you know, how difficult is that going to be? Look at that. There's the king of hearts. So,
4th heart comes in for Andy Seth. And even though this flush draw is small, it completely changes this hand. Morio now looking for an ace or a 3 to improve. Now,
might just go check, 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 check.
I was just going to say, what comfort level does Seth have trying to go for value here with such a small flush draw? Made flush, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's really going to be comfortable going for value here. But given this line from Seth, Morio might just take his hand and try and turn it into a bluff.
200,000?
Or maybe he just feels comfortable here thinking Seth doesn't really have a flush of any sort of value. You know, if he did, would Seth really check raise and then check again? You know, once you get called, wouldn't you kind of continue to just barrel off here? I think hands that contain the queen of hearts, maybe even the jack of hearts, are probably much more likely in the hand of Morio here, you know. Or not jack of hearts, 10 of hearts. Jack of hearts is out there, of course.
So now Seth faced with probably a decision that's sort of layered a little bit, Donnie. Oh, wow. And the made flush ends up in the muck on the turn. Oh, poker. What a lovely game.
Good there, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is such a funny hand.
It is.
It had a little bit of everything.
I like that Morio opted to just, you know, kind of retake that initiative there on the turn.
What's up, homie?
All right, little glance again here at the payouts.
Whoa. Table.
About 10K for the final 7, 60K up top for the winner. Lots of big pay jumps here on the line the next few hours. We are 18 hands into this final table. Haven't lost a player yet, but the chips have moved around quite a bit already. Bozkurt now our new chip leader on 3.6 million, 60 big blinds. Andy Seth, second in chips on 51, despite losing that most recent hand. And now 3 players with basically 10 big blinds as we play 30K, 60K with a 60K big blind. Andy, Mu, Brocoum, and Holtz looking to make something happen here this level. Holtz has not played a single hand yet. He is just waiting for a good spot.
Raise 130,000.
Bozkurt makes a 130 with ace queen.
How often do you go back to MI?
Never.
Never?
My whole family left.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're all in California now. Yeah, I was doing a golf trip.
Oh, can you watch your pitch? It's just like a little high.
A little high? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was doing a golf trip in Suncadia.
Okay, yeah.
Here with some high school
Yeah.
friends, but I didn't go last year. I like it when I go back. I just never do.
Yeah. Well, especially if your parents left, you have like tough,
Yeah.
tough to find places to stay.
Yeah, I have like family, friends, and whatnot,
Yeah.
but just no real reason to go there. We go fishing up, and my dad and I will still go up to Washington. To go
You have like
fishing.
370 mine? Oh, yeah. Yep.
Raise 120,000.
Seth with 8-6
All in.
spades makes it 120, and Mu
in.
now
All in.
moves all in from the big blind, and that's going to get it done.
You still live in Bellevue?
No, Newport Beach. I haven't lived in Bellevue since 2004.
But do you go back?
Oh yeah, my family's all up there still.
But you guys used to play together all the time or something, or?
No, we sat next to each other day one, I guess.
Oh yeah, sure.
And turns out we're like basically from the next town over.
Oh, cool stuff. Oh yeah.
We threw out a lot of like common people that we know from this.
Oh,
like,
shit, that's
supposed
always fun.
rival high schools. And
Yeah.
Where'd you grow up?
He knew a lot of people that I knew, and I
Suburbs, just east of Seattle.
small world.
Yeah, right.
He's from Portland too. Northwest boys. Where you from?
Ocean City, Maryland.
Are you affiliated with the charter Greg Merson crew?
No, I mean I've met them. You know.
But not the same college and all.
No, not at all. Not at all. No, I went to the school of Hard Knocks.
Heard of it.
Yeah. a lot of drug selling in that school. It's interesting.
Shameful.
Is what it is, you know. Sometimes a pimp's got to do what a pimp's got to do to get by.
Also true.
Is,
So you built
is
your
Mike
bankroll for
Holtz
poker?
interviewing for a new
I
nickname?
wish I was joking.
God bless him. Mike Holtz, who wrote down on his
During
plans with
COVID,
the
I
prize
was
money,
sending weed to the East Coast, like a couple pounds just to pay my rent.
weed and steak, he
And then I
said.
just found tournament
this
poker.
is a live stream. You better be careful.
Oh God.
I think he's worried about getting fired.
You're incriminating evidence.
I've already said it a bunch of times. I don't care. Statute of limitations.
Yeah.
It was CBD. It was CBD.
The good stuff.
Yeah.
Raise 185,000. Good, thank you.
Got Deke Costa in the chat once again. As always, thank you for tuning in.
Small blind, please.
Still waiting for Mike Holtz to get into action here.
I kind of want to see how far he goes now.
Tight is right.
0% VPIP.
It's
I love it. Some
oh,
incredible-
here we go. Here we go.
Please fold. Please fold. Keep the streak.
The streak is ending. Ace Queen off.
Yeah, this is going in.
I always find it funny to see players still take their time.
400.
And he's going to make it 400 here.
400,000.
Not going to go for the jam. The opposition would really need to find a real hand here to battle with Holtz, given his tight play so far.
Why so much?
It's effectively an all-in.
Yeah. I do have a suited ace.
It's a pretty good hand. You might want to put it in.
Didn't feel good for your tournament life.
Mike, do you know how much you had to start that hand?
Yes, I had 7 or 690.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, Holtz has
Wait, is that right?
gotten off the zeros.
You had 300 behind.
Yeah.
Now with
Math.
45.
You're
Ahead
telling
again
me.
of both Brocoum and Mu.
You know, online they just have everything displayed. It's pretty cool. What about electronic tables? Like, what do you guys think of that?
No.
All right, good talk. Good talk.
I
You mean
basically-
where you get
I've
a
never
s-
played on
You
one.
mean
I
where you
guess.
get a
No, me-
screen
I
and then
can't
the
imagine
cards
it being
come?
good.
Yeah, like I
Brandon's like, I don't like that idea at all.
yeah. Well,
I've
obviously.
actually played on one.
Keep my job.
No, yeah. Fuck, I can't be a spokesman for electronic tables.
I just
I
can't-
love dealers.
I can't trust it.
Yeah. Well, wait. You can.
It just
I believe in you.
seems, I don't know.
7-6 suited for Brocoum.
It's like video roulette downstairs, you know? It's like,
Yeah. Well,
how can you trust that?
Well, you can trust it because they're telling you they're going to take your money. If someone says, I'm going to take your shit, believe them.
Rabinowitz, Jack 9 of clubs.
Raise 130,000.
130 is the raise. Name of the game is, of course, to pick up pots. Andy Seth with a VP of 45% has definitely been trying to do so. Taking away a few opportunities from Rabinowitz, who also is among the more aggressive players at this final table.
Heads.
Jack 10-3, 2 diamonds.
Check.
After Holtz made the call. Holtz with middle pair, Rabinowitz with top pair.
All in.
And
All in.
Rabinowitz comes with the shove. Is there a way for Holtz to interpret this as the 10 potentially being good here?
1.42. 1 million.
I mean,
420.
I
I
don't
hear
think-
everything you're saying, brother.
I just wanted to say 420.
Yeah. Oh, 420. Nice. Just like always have ace queen here, right?
I mean, even in the spots when Rabinowitz does have hands like ace queen, maybe ace king here, still a fair amount of equity against your 10-7.
Like begrudgingly, because I can't. But I want to call and you flip over the ace queen, with, yeah. Darren, you spicy, naughty little boy.
That's a man.
All right, guys, we got to see a showdown other than aces versus kings. Let's loosen it up a little bit.
I mean, if you just bet a B quarter or something, maybe we see one, you know?
Or we need more of it. Just every hand ace.
I was just going to lose money that hand. Like, whatever you bet on the flop, I was going to call, you're going to jam the turn, I was going to fold, you know? But instead,
If I knew that, I would have done that.
Raise
Yeah, that makes more sense.
135,000.
Bozkurt using his chip lead to his advantage. Donnie, I love the fact that after he got a hold of additional chips, his approach changed almost immediately.
Yeah, quite an active player overall. I've played with Bozkurt quite a bit. When he has chips and he's able to get active, get involved, I think you're going to see quite a lot of it. Other times when you're a little bit just handcuffed by the situation, you know, you're gonna back off some. So I like playing with that flow, that motivation behind things. You know, he's not one of these guys who's just gonna get up to a big stack and in a ways lock it up. You know, like you might see some players do. When you're the chip leader, man, you gotta be the one applying the pressure. You gotta be really, you know, pushing the envelope. Make these guys, the other players at the table, your opponents, make them tell you how much you can and can't get away with. And, you know, until they push back at you, just fire away.
Raise 130,000.
And Bozkurt again with the hand. This time it is ace-10 of spades. And just takes it down again.
So interesting that Seth defended the 9-4 off, but didn't defend the 8-2 suited.
I think maybe it has to do with the stack sizes. The fact that Bozkurt has him covered.
I mean, okay, you could double up through him.
That's also true. True. And here we go again. Round 3.
Another good one.
Up to
Come
four.
on.
Up to 4 million.
3 hands in a row.
And this is one of the benefits of playing aggressive and being active as a chip leader. There are times when you're going to pick up very good hands. And your opponents are going to start to question what the heck is going on. Is he just raising with nothing? Maybe they get a little loose, they get a little tired of you doing it, and they play back at you with, you know, less than a premium hand, less than what you have, and you're able to pick them off. So that's one of the benefits and why you stay on the gas so much. Because if you are, you know, if you're a chip leader and you ultimately are classified as somebody who's just going to remain snug, well, it's going to be a hard time really accumulating more chips.
Well, this could get spicy here. We see 10-8-3, 2 clubs. Bozkurt with the overcards and the club drop. Rabinowitz with a pair, backdoor club, and straight draws.
This is going to be quite troublesome for Rabinowitz. He also has that 9 of clubs with slots in nicely between the 10 and the 8. It's also a club for backdoor clubs should he need it in some sort of emergency situation. Now, Rabinowitz does have the best hand, yes. But if you get it in here with the stacks of Holtz, with the stacks of Brocoum, with Mu, you know, do you just want to go nuts with this type of hand? The answer in most cases is going to be no, so that's going to lead to just a check call. I like this from Darren.
660 in the middle as we go to the turn. It's the 5 of hearts. If you're Bozkurt here, Donnie, do you just continue barreling? Because sometimes that'll also just pick you up the pot.
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly continue barreling here. You know, you're going to, I mean, yes, you are the chip leader, but you can have a lot of overpairs here. You can have a lot of good top pairs. And then hands like this, you can just put a lot of pressure on your opponent. I don't think that Rabinowitz is going to want to just play for it all, again, given the stacks around him. Now, yeah, Rabinowitz can obviously still stick around with hands that are top pairs and stuff, but I think applying the pressure is the way to go. And if you get called, well, you know, just drill a club, right?
Rabinowitz now with a decision to make for 350. He does decide to let it go.
Pressure, baby. That's what the chip leader can do.
Is this also a matter of not wanting to deal with what could happen on the river? As far as, you know, the fact that we're dealing with significant pay jumps.
Yeah, I mean, all of that comes into the stack preservation of it all, right? You know, again, look at Brocoum over there, 7 bigs. So, like, you're in a good spot overall with your stack being Rabinowitz. You know, you're north of 20 bigs. You got 3 pretty short people behind you. So you're looking like you're going to secure at least 1, if not 2, maybe even 3 pay jumps. So a vulnerable top pair, is that something you really just want to go to war with against somebody who could ultimately ruin your tournament? Now, I wouldn't have totally hated a check call there on the turn and then see what happens on the river, but I think Rabinowitz is probably thinking ahead that, listen, if this guy's barreling, I'm probably going to be faced with a really big decision. So, yeah, conservative, but I don't mind being conservative when you're playing this final table game. Here we go. This one's about to be all in.
Yeah, Brocoum only on 450 after Morio raised the 130 with pocket queens. The rooster takes hold of the cards. Brocoum with the most reflective shades I've seen in a very long time. Decides to move all in here with the candies on top. Okay, respectable holding here. And aces for Mu in the big blind. We have fireworks at the final table. Mu with the casual double check, and he doesn't waste any time, moves all in.
I need a count of whatever the biggest one is.
It's like 650.
And with pocket queens, Morio is going to ask for a count.
670, 680.
680.
Morio has both players covered by a margin here.
450.
Tournament poker. Sometimes it just goes bonkers out of nowhere when the cards
680?
hit just right. Oh, candies are being retrieved. Those are no longer in play.
I don't think I can fold this.
Yeah, I don't think you can get away from queens here. This is just too good of a hand. I mean, it's a crappy spot. You're not loving it, but I think there's going to be plenty of times that Mu there has maybe a couple jacks, has ace kings, so you got to go with this one.
And here we go.
So it had to be worse than ace versus kings, and we finally went down to aces versus queens.
Yeah.
Aces, queens, and ace jack of clubs, all in 3 ways
I
here.
assume it'll be like club flush.
Your eyes lit up, bro.
It's just gonna be like,
Man.
yeah, you're the man too.
Morio, the covering
Nobody
stack.
wants the club flush more than I do.
Every time he looked at his buddy, I was like, stop doing that. We know your face is asshole. Just joking, just joking.
Mike Holtz, happy camper here
30?
as we potentially see
Who's the
2
least
players
comfortable
depart.
right now? You?
I think it's me.
That's me.
Mike.
I think
Me, I just want. This sucks.
because short stack looking for like, you know.
Yeah. Looking for some stuff, man.
Anybody fold a jack?
Brocoum the shortest stack at the table.
Who knows?
All right, there's
With the
definitely
most help.
10 or 20 jacks left in the deck.
7, 6.
Well,
Broadway is not happening for you.
you guys think about
Very
3,
difficult
4,
to
4
have
red.
it, Yes.
A lot of clubs,
I folded
potentially.
king
Queen is out, so.
Put 2
never
queens
know.
Oh, no.
on the flop
No,
to
no,
make
to
me feel
punish me,
good.
it would be deuce, 3, 4, 5. For sure.
Oh, that would
right?
be really funny.
Yeah, that'd be
I'll
hilarious.
take that. That's fine with me.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5. It's fine with me.
All right, there comes the flop. 3-way all in at the final table.
Yeah,
And it comes deuce,
Okay,
3,
that's-
4
That's fine with
with
me.
2 clubs. Brocoum now with the flush draw.
More than that, brother.
Are you serious?
Oh, you can.
Fine with me.
Yeah.
Turn card is the 7 of
3, 4.
diamonds. Ace is still comfortably in the lead.
All right,
5
I
of
got
hearts. If I
an
had to guess.
ace, a 5,
Morio
or
looking for a
club.
queen of
Queen
spades
of
to knock 2
hearts.
players
On
out.
the river right
Ace, a
here.
5, or a club is what I need.
9 of clubs.
Big river card incoming. It's the
Oh,
9
good
of
game,
diamonds.
I need an
And
ace.
Brocoum
Nice meeting you, bro.
is
Yeah,
eliminated in
Yep,
7th
yep.
place.
Everybody.
Mu
Take care, Phil.
doubles through Morio in the process.
That's fine.
Good game.
And he's now up to
Nice
1.9
aces.
million. Morio down to 920. With the headliner of this hand is Brocoum busting in
games,
7th
sir.
place for $9,900.
Okay, good game, buddy.
What a
Take
hand
care.
to go out on for Philip Brocoum.
Very
GG,
dramatic.
sir, as Morio
Seriously.
gets
Deuce, 3,
to
4, 2
continue
clubs.
playing
Clubs are
here,
over, man.
Yeah.
despite taking a massive hit.
all you really want is sweat on stream.
Yeah.
Don't want the 6, 7, 8 flop. Walk away with no sweat.
All right, final 6 now guaranteed $12,700.
That was fun.
Yeah, it must for you.
I mean, it just is. I mean, yeah, it's worse for you for sure, obviously. But like, I was rooting for you, you know.
I was good at the internet. We could have turned that. I don't think I could have followed by your eyes.
You know, yo.
It'll be close.
Could have been an amazing meme.
Oh god.
You got next
Oh, if
one.
only we had it on camera.
Didn't expect that.
Yeah.
You don't say.
I didn't expect him to call there.
Ace-9 for Rabinowitz.
Let me just scoop this.
Raise 100.
He's going to make it
I want to cause absolute havoc and take this.
120.
Beat my guess, bro. We switch. Let's switch.
How long do you think it would come in take before they came?
Less than half a hand. Like the second you move, they're listening to us right now. They know. Yeah. They don't want
starting to walk over right now.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
This absolute troublemaker.
Bozkurt perhaps up to something here.
Oh shit, whippersnapper.
could be.
We're dropping whippersnapper.
340.
Oh, look at that.
40.
Makes it 340. Applying pressure with Holtz, the short stack. We're sort of restricting the movement of Rabinowitz. I like the way Bozkurt is playing this, Donnie.
Yeah, I mean, he has an
The
obvious
ace-6
recognition of the situation. He knows where Holtz is in chips, just over 10 bigs for Holtz. So no one else is going to want to torch their equity, given where everyone else is. So
I'm the big blind, right?
Bozkurt can just really apply a lot of pressure.
I know nothing.
Oh, that
And,
should be.
you know, as
I will
evidenced by
pass.
the king, queen of clubs hand, that hand right there. He's going to do that, and he's going to look to do that as much as possible. So I'm a fan.
1.8
Definitely a fan.
1.8 something.
Yeah.
Guess I could have folded that.
Yeah, I thought the same.
Ace king here for Holtz. His patience
Really wishing he had
being
ace king.
rewarded yet again. He spent about 20 hands folding,
350.
No.
trying to find ace queen, and now he finds ace king. Holtz makes it 350.
I should have just taken that as a min raise. I kind of forgot about the dynamics there. Oops. Oops, daisy.
Queen jack here for Seth. He's been quiet for a little stretch here. Down 1.8 million chips on the day. So has not been able to convert his chip lead into additional growth. Still six-handed with a good stack. Keep in mind that when he won the previous Venetian Poker Live tournament, he was basically one of the short stacks for a long time until he went on a little bit of a run to close it out. Action now folds to Morio. Jack 10 suited in the small blind. And he's going to come with a call. So we're going to have heads-up action here. Morio out of position versus Seth.
Heads up.
Oh, this could be trouble for Morio as both players flop top pair.
Okay.
What you have now?
1.8 plus this.
That's good.
Thank you.
Pay out or wait?
Yeah.
90.
Seth continues for 90,000. Donnie, are we perhaps eyeing a check raise here, or would check calling make more sense? I'm leaning check call.
I think either is fine. Check call or check raise.
Raise.
Oh, wow. And he check raises all in for 680. Seth with the
75.
shrug hands almost.
I mean, you can't fold.
80? 680? I have a good hand. I'm not trying to slow roll you.
I mean, Seth is thinking
I'm
right
trying to
now,
figure
listen,
out if he
this
does
board
have
is so dry. Like, what is he check jamming with? It has to be some sort of jack. So is it king, jack, ace, jack? Is it a set of sixes, maybe a set of deuces, stuff like that? But I just think Seth has too much of a hand here to fold.
God damn it.
I don't think you can bet fold this hand this good.
Seth a little frustrated because he probably knows he can't get away from this, but he doesn't want to run into any of those cards that Donnie just mentioned.
But if you think about it, you know, where Morio is in
Jack
chips.
10 suited.
There, look, he said it. He said the one hand that he could have. The king jacks of the world, king jack suited, ace jack, stuff like that. Is he just ripping those pre-flop?
680.
I mean,
600.
maybe, right? So I think you can obviously rule out two pairs. You know, he's not in there with jack six, jack deuce, six deuce, that sort of stuff.
Man.
If it is sixes, if it is deuces, this type of dry board, don't you just want to keep all your opponents like ace queen hands and stuff like that? So why would you check jam and just blow him off of those hands, right? You're narrowing it down so much that he can call. So like if you have two sixes here in your Morio, probably just a check call.
And the call has been made with Queen Jack, and Morio will see the bad news.
Let's go.
Call his hand or you are
Pardon?
you call his hand, 10 jack.
That's what I'm praying for.
Seth was indeed rooting for Morio to turn over Jack 10, and Morio now putting on the
Net roll.
backpack,
Pure net roll.
hoping for a 10 to appear, or backdoor clubs.
Not much.
Pardon?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not as good as you, bro. We can't all be as good as you.
Morio on the brink of elimination. The 8 of diamonds on the turn is not going to help him. He needs a 10 and a 10 only, or he will be our 6th place finisher today. River is the 9 of spades.
Take care, bro.
Take care. Good game.
Good, entertaining run
Okay, buddy.
by Thomas Morio. Goes by TJ. He'll collect
Yeah, what we could do is I could switch
$1,279.
Then you could be Mike Holtz,
And Andy Seth
and then
breaks
Darren
in
can switch and
a
he can
big
be you.
pot
Yeah,
here.
I think you can
It's
give
back
some
up to
more
3.7
room here.
million.
You're right. Just go there.
Yeah.
Yeah, go all the way there.
I'm gonna wait for
Hey,
the
boss.
4 to tell me
Is there
that.
any way I can sit in another station, or is that not? Cool.
They might have to wait till break to do it.
Yeah, we can wait too. Yeah, whatever.
What's the black?
30-60.
Yeah, what's the black?
30-60,
30,
60.
Okay, good. All right.
Dead button.
I'm big, yeah? Right? Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
What am I
Are you big?
You're small. You're small.
doing? Okay, yeah.
Didn't he call out of the small blind there?
Yes.
Yeah, he did. Sorry, You said dead button. I was confused.
I'm the big, right? Yeah. What are you? It's 60. Sorry.
Those are sick fucking shoes, bro. Swagging on them.
Thank you, brother. Blinds up next hand just so you know.
He's about to come in. I got the big one out already.
Bet 110. One's gonna go. Go on 40.
Thank you.
There you see the updated payouts. We lost 2 players already. Brocoum first to go in 7th place. Morio next out the door. The final 5 players are guaranteed $16,821. Of course, everyone is eyeing, and they are a bit closer now to that
I can't see 'em because I've got
$60,000
sunglasses
first
on.
place prize. These players came from a field of 301 entries here at the Venetian Resort.
1195
1195.
plus
Including
1275,
that,
including.
that.
Sorry.
It's okay. No big deal.
Sorry to him.
No sweat, no sweat.
Do you have 7?
645, I think. It's something like that. 650 maybe. 625.
So 80. 80 other points.
8, yeah.
All in.
There goes Holtz. Uh-oh, might
How much?
run into it here.
1.8.
1.8? Yep, thank you.
1.3.
Thank you.
2, 3, 4, 5. 625.
Blinds now at 40K,
625.
80K. So Holtz's shove. Only 7 big blinds. Is Seth supposed to call this, Donnie?
I actually think it's probably a bit closer than we might think. I mean, obviously we see the cards, so we might be swayed one way or the other, but Holtz really hasn't been getting after it a whole ton. You know, he's been pretty conservative. You know, yeah, there's going to be some times when maybe you dominate a small portion of hands, King 10 suited, King 9 suited, you know, Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack suited, stuff like that. You know, but he's also going to have the Ace 10s of the world, Ace Queens of the world, you know, Ace 9 suited, stuff like that, where, yeah, you have decent equity, but, you know, do you want to risk those chips? Still have 2 players, I should say, to act behind you, so.
Seth's cards do end up in the muck. The quick fold follows from Rabinowitz, and Mu will likely follow suit here.
You might have just got an amazing fold from me.
Fuck yeah, dude. Good looks. King Queen off or something?
Worse.
Okay, King Jack. King 10
I'd be
suited.
dominated.
King 10 diamonds.
Oh. I thought you're gonna cut.
So
I thought so too.
So did I.
I think good fold.
I mean, I think Holtz there is probably
From my
close
perspective, at least.
to the bottom
Yeah,
of
you
his
love it.
jamming range. I mean, I think Jack
Yeah,
10
that's
suited
it.
is probably a
I don't
jam
know.
2, Queen 10
Queen?
suited. Not
King
sure what he
Jack,
does
King
with
Jack.
the Queen 9 suited,
Seems
but
pretty
I would
reasonable
think
to fold, honestly.
Queen 10 suited's in there, so
First card I saw was an ace. I thought
I don't think it's that crazy to fold that there.
Well, it's a huge pickup for Holtz either way. I mean, he's still, the short stack still needs a double up, but getting a shove through when you're that short has tremendous value here. Holtz now, of course, along with the other players, guaranteed $16,000, but got himself a little bit more fold equity.
You know, it's funny how like the old sayings in poker, how over the years we kind of all laughed at them, you know, as an industry, and then they kind of all come back to be true.
Like so sure that
And what I'm getting at there is, you know, a king jack offsuit hand.
Wait, what happened?
Back in the day, you would have said that's a hand you would rather be shoving with than calling a shove with.
Right.
You know, but it's kind of like, yeah, that's actually quite true, right? You know, you want to be the one putting it in, making somebody make a decision versus calling it off, especially with players.
Oh, when you snapped, I thought you had aces. Considering the when he counted the 325 on the side, that's never not aces, right?
What do you want me to do? I had kings.
No, you call, obviously.
I mean,
No, you did the right thing, brother.
Did I? Because I was second guessing it for a second.
Dude, I don't know. Maybe you did the wrong thing. I don't know. That's actually an interesting one. I've never seen the 325 on the side.
What are you gonna do? I mean, just,
he almost raised a 6% stack.
you get cooled off.
Rabinowitz, king 10 of spades.
Stack like 790, I think.
Stack dynamics getting really interesting here.
700.
825.
And Rabinowitz puts in 700 for the
yeah, minus that.
sort of, I guess, half shove.
I'm sorry. You're right.
First one was good.
Yours or mine?
Mine. I had fake ace king, king 4 off.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know. There was a world that it wasn't aces and he didn't realize how short he was at first, and then it was like queens or ace king, but it was a very small world after all.
He very clearly wanted to make a very small 3-bet, but he couldn't.
Yeah. Yeah. I haven't folded aces for 11.
I've definitely done that too.
Before,
Like,
but I really wanted to there.
yeah, you seem like you weren't. You seem like you didn't want to put it in.
I mean,
I'm just joking.
not going to waste our time.
No, I know, brother.
I'll be a gentleman about it.
Price middle 160.
Mu comes with 160 here with queen 9 off. Definitely a change in pace of play here now that we got 5-handed. Must feel, I mean, it must feel a bit relaxing having locked up 2 pay jumps here at this final table. Not saying that people are losing their minds right now, but it is definitely interesting
Fair and
to
reasonable.
see.
Fair and reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, I talked with Mike Holtz a little bit before they got the cards in the air here, and he was saying, he was looking over at the tournament clock saying, oh, I'm just here to pick up my $9,888. So he was kind of, you know, half joking that he was going to be the first one out, but of course, not the case. He has broken into double-digit VPIP percentage, though, finally.
Might be a while. Yeah, Bozkurt and Seth, the 2 most aggressive players left in the tournament, at least for now.
And understandable, the stats reflect that, given that those 2 players have been the chip leaders. Seth started the day as the chip leader, had it for the early portion. Bozkurt took it from him and been the aggressor since. That said, you know, Seth has certainly been in his fair share of pots, even without the chip lead.
And here we have one of our first of potentially many blind battles, as we tend to see more of those played a bit more passively as the tournament got more and more short-handed. Big blind ante, of course, a huge motivator to not fold from the small blind.
Check, check on the flop. Let's see if Seth takes some initiative here. He looks like he's going to.
That's 130.
Quick fold.
Once again, to everyone in the chat who's watching right now, please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. We appreciate you all for tuning in. We got another
You being big
DeepStack
wrestling
Final
guy?
Table
What's the
coming up
Brock Lesnar?
a week from now on
No,
Monday.
so my original name on the first WSOP, when I just played like $5 tournaments, was Bluff Bagwell, because there was a wrestler named Buff Bagwell. So Bluff Bagwell, but I just got
There's
that
a
name.
restaurant called Jeff
A
Bagwell.
wrestler.
A wrestler.
Yeah.
Bluff Bagwell.
Buff.
Yeah, Buff Bagwell.
He was
Yeah.
in WCW in like the 90s.
I should have known that. I mean, it was a little before my time, but I was watching WCW with Sting and
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you
This was
definitely
like-
saw him then.
yeah. It was like mid-
crazy.
Yeah, he was so.
I love
wonder
Buff
if
Bagwell.
It's Jeff. You said
Back
Jeff.
in the day.
Oh, play your hand.
Jeff Bagwell, the baseball player.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. He was a big boy, right?
Yeah.
First baseman or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't get into the hall because he maybe took steroids.
Maybe, you know, what can you do? What can you do? Sometimes you take a little steroids.
Yep.
But I'm actually a UFC guy. So
Okay,
like
yeah.
Brock
That
Lesnar was
was-
like fighting MMA
yeah,
at the time. So
My follow-up was going to be what you thought of his UFC run. If you were a wrestling guy.
well, I mean, he for what he did solid, you
I
know.
mean, yeah.
But you know, he beat Heath Aaron, beat a bunch of people. But I bet against him in most of his fights he lost, which was nice. Nothing like crazy, like back in the day.
Shout out
50
Heath
bucks.
Aaron.
No, this is like back in the day. But
Wow, that's a name I didn't expect to hear today.
But not for.
I mean, if I get like a sharp play from somebody or something like that, I'll bet.
But you're not the sharp guy.
No, not even remotely sharp. Like, I thought I was sharp at MMA, and then I realized I'm just a moron.
Well, it used to be way, way soft.
So soft, dude. So soft. There were so many like favorites in the minus 300, 400 area that like literally should have been, 10 to 1. Can you keep the cards down just a little bit? Sorry.
We should really talk to Matt on break about sliding them. Talk, like more than one person is probably the three of us talk.
I don't think I have any sway on the card thing anywhere anymore.
No, not sway, but just feedback.
Yeah.
Constructive criticism. Oh God, did that flash?
Only me. I'm the only one that saw it. You're good. That was sliding so important, I think.
It was actually pretty sick. So the last final table, within the first 15 minutes, I was in that seat, and two of my cards got flipped up. The first one was the second card dealt.
Because the fan behind or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know,
Whatever.
whatever air current, it just kept happening.
Yeah.
So she flips up a 5. The other card was an ace. So I got a second pull, and it was an offsuit 6.
Oh shit.
Then literally 2 hands later, she flips up my card, and it's an ace. But the other one was a deuce.
Oh shit.
So neither of them matter.
Yeah. Darren, you look like you have something to say. What is it? What's your face
I
looking
have to
like?
pee.
Okay, that adds up too.
I will take a break whenever.
Yeah, I don't care either.
We can last 25 minutes and just take like a shorter break than 15. Just take 5-7 minute break.
You're looking at me like I'm gonna be here still, brother.
I hope you're here.
I know
gonna
you
limp
do.
in
I
from
know
the
you
small
do.
blind
The
and
camaraderie,
Bozkurt.
obviously.
It's going to make it a little pricier here. Goes to 260
All about the vibes.
from the big blind.
Oh, the vibes.
It's a courtesy double just to keep them around.
A simple courtesy double for the boys. Never hurt nobody.
Is Mu thinking
You don't have
about
this
something
thing
here,
in you,
Donnie?
like,
Or
like
is he
a
just trying to
tooth.
make it look like something?
I mean, I have it in.
I
me,
mean,
I
I
guess.
think
Depends on
the king
situation.
high here is
You
worth
seem like
considering.
a guy that knows what he's doing within 10 seconds.
I mean, it's a tough
every
spot.
decision.
Your
Oh,
opponent
yeah.
can obviously raise, kind of just some
For the
trash
most part.
hands.
I mean, pre-flop. I don't know. Sometimes something surprises me, and I'm like, wait, am
I
I
think
an idiot?
Bozkurt,
I'm the
as
worst
we've
thinker
seen,
here
is
that's
always going to
not-
lean to attack
I
against
get
you.
lost
So
in
You
the
made a good
sauce
decision,
and
though.
I
If
have
you're
no
aware
idea
of that
what's
and you're-
going on.
You made a good
you're
decision.
thinking
there
of
with
it.
Jack. It was nice. It was
But you know, given where Holtz is, I think it's fine to just play the
I'm not
conservative
joking at
approach
all.
there.
I think he's obviously got Jack 10.
I think he had King Jack, not Queen Jack.
No. The,
I thought you said you
oh,
didn't.
Mike, pick one.
yeah.
I thought you had like 10s the way you were.
God, I wish I had 10s.
Nice one here for Seth. Finds ace-4 suited.
It's 4-8 now.
Donnie, have we come to the stage of the tournament where it's a quote-unquote math contest, which is something that we've heard thrown around in the past about spots like this?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been a math contest, at least for some of the players so far. I would say Mike Holtz, chief among them. Fold with the ace-jack early, fold with those 2 4s. I think it was cutoff seat when he did that. Maybe hijack, can't remember exactly, but...
I feel like you had a decent hand, but I don't know. Maybe that was a bad fold by me.
I don't know why. When I put that raise out there, somehow I felt like I had raised to like 6x.
It seems like so
And
many
then
chips.
that feeling didn't go away. I looked at the big blind. Then you asked, and I thought it again. Did you think I had like raised way more than I'm supposed to?
Yes.
I don't know why.
Yeah, I did.
But you did. You raised a normal amount, right?
I did, right?
Yeah,
I'm still
I thought so.
doubting it.
It just looked like a bunch of stuff.
It felt so big. What's
Yeah.
going on? Pull the floor.
Jeez.
Pause. I don't know. I made a mistake there. I'm not really sure. That's a spot I don't know.
Yeah,
The five big blind defend off the. I actually don't. I literally don't. The deuce 5 suited. I don't know. I think fold's fine. I don't know.
You think you have to. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, it's close. Who knows? Did you have an overpair?
Nice thing about those spots is like how, whether it's wrong or right, it's fine.
Yeah.
Mo is going to do some attacking of his own quietly here. Not really engaged in the conversation, just focused on the cards.
What do you think, Darren? Would you have defended the deuce 5 suited?
You can phone a friend across the way. I don't mind.
He's so good at this. His troll game is so fucking elite. He can't even accept the praise. He's trying not to smile from the praise.
$1.2-ish, 1.1. Are we back to 1.95?
1.2. Exactly.
2?
1.195, yeah, 1.2.
I can see like every time you deal to him, I can see like half the card. I can't tell exactly what it is, but just to that seat.
You see my card?
I like if I really concentrated and tried to look, I could 100%. Yeah.
Well, I'm dealing it very low. I can't go lower than that.
It's probably just when you're.
It's just
picking it
the
off,
this.
Yeah, the
It's-
angle, the back of it's showing to him.
Okay, my best. But I'm
Yeah, table kind of big.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
has
it's
to
much harder on
throw
a big
little bit.
table. No big deal. No, you know, I mean,
Rabble rouser.
He doesn't think you're not trying.
of course, I know she's trying. She's a great dealer. I'm gonna go all in.
Is that allowed?
425.
They will allow it.
All right, Holtz off the short stack, all in for 425.
And you're playing 1.2?
And
Yeah,
Seth here with
195.
ace-3.
1.2.
Only 5 bigs on the shove here. Ace-3 is going to be ahead here a good amount of the time.
Yeah, he could certainly give him a spin. Only one player to act behind. Feels a little bit more comfortable having an ace versus, you know, having the king highs of the world. I mean, that's not going to do anything.
I have aces.
Seth is going to go all in over the top.
Straight to
Rabinowitz out of the
We'll just
way.
How about like 5, 7, 7,
And
5?
ace-4 versus ace-3 now.
It's never a chop now.
Huh?
It's never a chop.
He's always hitting a 3, isn't he?
Someone's hitting just because you asked
This
for it.
feels like I hit a 3, you turn a 4 situation to me.
No.
I'm rooting for you. I want you to know that.
Really?
Yeah.
Thank you. I really
Also
appreciate
tournament
that.
life on the line
I'm
here.
rooting
A
for
million
me
in the
too,
middle.
I guess. I can't be nice and root for you.
Andy Seth can
I would
take
just
this
chop.
hit.
I'll root for a chop. That seems fair.
But this is a
It's not
pretty
gonna
close
change
one.
what happens,
How
right?
much is it for?
I feel like every time I tell a dealer they're going to expose a card, though, I do get hit with the 3. Like,
Deuce 6-7, 2 hearts.
wow.
Andy Seth, the one with the heart.
Got a backdoor.
Turn card is a 7 now. Chop opportunities galore. Only the 3 would send Holtz to the rail. And it's the king of diamonds on the river, and that'll chop it up. Not the desired result there for Holtz.
Button is going to be
He
accurate.
maintains
And
very
he didn't
short.
know I was in there.
Letting you in, you win, huh? Letting you in, you win.
Yeah, after I see their hand, you know I have a winner.
Darren, I'm supposed to flat. We're supposed to collude against them.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, a little collusion.
A little soft
Oh,
collusion
it's just
against
soft.
the boy.
It's a little soft. No, no, no. Yeah. Yeah. No, I wouldn't find that.
I don't know.
You trying to Pavlov me into folding by making noises before I look at my cards every time, Darren?
Bad allergies.
The last 2 times you coughed or did something like.
Rabinowitz gets folded 2 in the small blind. He's got Jack 3 of clubs. He's just going to call. And a very nice one here for Mu with Ace-6 of spades.
So, well, I mean, it's way different, right? Like they, when they switch softwares, they fuck the schedule up. They ruin that.
Oh, really?
The schedule's so bad, and then
What's the schedule like? What does that mean?
Well, like for example, when we first moved over, there was like a $250 50K half the days, $500 50K.
Yep.
Now we get a $250 10K, and the pool's doubled. $250 15K, the pool's doubled. $500 or $400 15K, and the reason is because if you go and play on mobile on WSOP, they haven't even known, and this is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life for a company. For the last 6 to 8 months, they've had a bug in mobile where you don't see half the tournaments unless you click a button at the top that says all. Like they have a bunch of tournaments in like.
Heyo.
Alright. Sorry. I gotta figure. All cards went down.
Do you want my help or?
Break.
No, we got
Okay.
cards on the floor.
That's on it.
So the 400
We got a
started
spill.
as a 50K, right?
Spill on table 1.
50K, and if you played on mobile, you didn't even see it running. You didn't even see it existed. So like I didn't even know it was running for like a month, and I'm me. You know what I mean? And it literally went from a 50K to a 15K, and it was overlaying. And you need 7 people to start it too. It's like it's so bad.
Wow.
It's just run, but like it's very bad. It's kind of crazy.
I tell you.
WSOP is weird, bro. Like, one day I hadn't played on there in months, and I just get an email that says your account is closed.
Oh, it's because you can't. Yeah, they'll just close your account.
They just closed my account. I
Yeah.
haven't been playing on there.
Best dealer in
Dormant
town.
activity.
Pardon?
Dormant.
Stylish,
X
samurai.
for inactivity.
No, just like you're banned. Your account is. You're not welcome to gamble with us.
Oh, you're not welcome.
Yeah,
It's oh, I thought it
86
was.
type of thing.
Oh, you got 86. What the shit?
I used to be banned from Caesars, but then I got unbanned, and then like 6 months later this happened, and I still don't know why, but I can't play on there. I haven't been able to play on there for years. So I guess on some level I'm happy to hear that it sucks for you, but I'm personally like happy that it sucks there right now because I'm missing it either way.
No, yeah, that's fair. You should be able to get unbanned if there was no reason. Like,
I emailed them and they're like, we can't talk about
oh
it.
yeah, you have to. Oh, you used to be banned at Caesars. You said.
Yeah.
Rabinowitz
that's
with
awesome.
Queen 10
Yeah,
off
you're
on the
dust.
button,
Unless
eyeing
you can-
I'd love
the
to
2
talk to
players in
like,
the
who runs
blinds. He's down to
WSOP
$1 million.
Danielle
second shortest
Barilli,
stack.
I think it's her. I think that's how you pronounce her last name. But
Mu finds
for that you have to talk
Ace
to
Deuce of
security
clubs in the
actually
small
for
blind. That's
Caesars.
also
I'm
very
in.
nice for him.
I can
But
play the World Series of Poker.
Oh, what the
Johnny,
shit?
Yeah,
is
yeah.
Mu supposed to
Oh,
be a lot
I got
tighter
him
here
in.
now that Rabinowitz and Holtz are significantly
Yeah.
shorter than he is?
And this
Yeah, I would probably just play this one
WSOP.com
as
online
a
and have
limp
6 months after I got
call.
my 86 rescinded.
Oh, that's really weird actually. I'm not
Wow,
quite
interesting
sure
that
why that is.
Bozkurt didn't opt to attack
know,
it.
you
You know,
know?
you would think he would attack in a lot of scenarios, and then, you know, King Queen is a pretty playable hand. I think it's probably pretty safe that your opponent's not going to check,
They take down my
or sorry,
number, but,
limp and
we
then
don't
raise you.
bounce.
I mean, yeah, he could have some premium hands, but one of the
Facebook,
things that
Twitter,
King Queen
Instagram,
does is it blocks a lot of the premium hands that he might take an approach like that with. So I think you could just comfortably play the King Queen for pressure in position.
These guys are at war every hand.
I'm big chillin'.
Darren's doing a good job of watching and conversing. Great job.
He's trying not to kill himself. Literally, all he's thinking about is how much he hates live poker. Look at him.
Raise 225.
And Mu bets 80K on the turn here, and Bozkurt wastes no time, makes it 225. That is a very opportunistic raise here. I wonder what he sort of picks up on here.
Well, I think one thing is he can rep. Maybe he's got just a lot of fours here, you know, stuff like that. just kind of, I don't know, 5-4 suited, 5-4 off, 4-3, you know, 6-4, stuff like that that just checks back pre-flop.
All right, so the call has been made by Mu, which could also be seen as surprising, but Mu clearly not giving Bozkurt credit. And now on a double paired board, it goes check, check, and Mu with ace high is going to take down a very nice pot here for his stack size.
Jam last hand. I forgot the big blind ante exists. So dumb. I was busy talking to you. I pulled a 9-10 on the gun. I forgot about big blind
Take our
ante.
break now.
I don't even know that. Now?
All right, here's a look at the chip counts as they stand right now. Ekrem Bozkurt is our chip leader with 4.3 million. Andy Seth still looking real healthy, and Sen Mu chipping up nicely as we have Darren Rabinowitz and Mike Holtz at the bottom of the counts with 13 and 6 big blinds respectively, playing 40K, 80K with the 80K big blind ante. Final 5 here, guaranteed $16,821. My name is Remco Rinkum, Donnie Peters alongside me in the chat. We're gonna be providing coverage here until a winner is known on both the PokerGo channels as well as on the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel. Please make sure you subscribe to the Venetian Poker Live channel as well. We're posting daily clips there to get you guys, or keep you guys entertained, I should say, as the clips from the cash games and the tournaments have come in droves. We have so much content to share with you. Should be a lot of fun here. Right now we're fixing the decks after we had a little bit of a spill there on the table, and we are now back to the action. Thanks for your patience. Cards back in the air.
Oh, hold up. It's on me.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Darren.
The buzz 160.
160. That is.
I don't know why.
Seems like a lot of chips.
It's just messing me up. 160.
4 starting stacks.
It's 4 of my stacks almost.
Well, Seth makes it 160 with King 10, and now Mu with 7s next to act. Once again, ICM very much a factor here.
Raise 450.
Mu makes it 450.
2.1 behind.
Action back on Seth.
6. Yeah, 2. Leader or 2 presses.
This has to look pretty strong. You know, if you're Seth, maybe you have some evil thoughts of leveraging a hand like King 10 to put in a 4-bet, but you know, Mu has not gotten out of line at all. So
they like grab the cards back or something. Like I've already folded.
I like that.
The cards can just stay out there.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna pull them back and then fold again. It's just I've done my action. that was one. If I'd had space to list all of my poker pet peeves in that little bio thing, that would have
You
been
want
one of them.
brown for 5 blue?
Sure, yeah.
Just
Yeah,
looks
yeah.
so much nicer.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Look at us bonding.
It was
This
bothering
is
me.
fucking sick, dude.
Did we just become
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we started off arguing. This has happened to me multiple times.
Oh, yeah.
Usually it ends with us eating psychedelics at the table.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
When do we get to that point?
I just want to go back to the Darren Rabinowitz pet peeves. He wrote down, when people bet with small chips and then need change the next hand. That's a very fair pet peeve. Very specific too. I respect it. You got any poker pet peeves, Donnie?
I mean, I probably have a million of them.
180.
People wasting time is just a general one I think a lot of people can agree with. I don't like when people are like, they get like annoyed with you when you ask them for change.
Oh yeah.
Like, dude, we're just trying to move the game along.
Yeah.
Like, you know, some people will be like, no, like I don't want those chips. Or like, what, can we just move this along? Like, what are we doing here?
One of my pet peeves is the way people eat at the poker table. Like
Generally speaking, eating at the poker table
Yeah.
is just shouldn't happen anyway.
eating at the poker table is one thing, but the way people eat can drive me crazy.
That was your courtesy double hand.
Yeah.
At 4-3 suited.
I had 8-7 off.
I mean, we talk
What about
about,
courtesy double?
I know it's been a topic of conversation on social media this week, but phones at the table. Like,
My
can we
God.
talk about food at the table?
Yeah.
Like,
I
what are we
know.
doing here?
It's
Like, it's just a disaster.
yeah, just go to Mod 32 on your dinner break.
Exactly.
You're good, Darren. Yeah, that's fine. You're good. I appreciate you, though.
People that take too much liberty with, like, space at the table. Like, you know, most tournaments, you know, this buy-in level and around this price point is going to be 9-handed. Okay? You know generally where you should sit at the table.
Right.
So if I come in like a seat and I need a little space, don't act like I'm acting you to, like, you know,
Right.
move out of your house to move over 2 inches. Just line up, you know?
Well, someone might get evicted here. Bozkurt finds ace queen after Mu raised it up
A
to
gentleman like
160
myself
with ace
would like
10.
to wager all the tokens given to him at this current juncture.
Oh wow, and look at this. Holtz wagering all the tokens, and that totals to only 305,000, and I was wrong there about Bozkurt. He just made the call. So
Sorry, Tony.
we might see some multi-way action here.
How much is that?
305.
305?
Sorry.
Mu now has to call
Thank you.
not all that much more. His action is reopened, right? Yeah, he's put in 80K more.
Yeah. I mean, so if Mu decides to just call here, I could certainly see Bozkurt coming with a re-raise himself. I mean, his hand is extremely under-repped here.
All right, so Mu makes the call, and now action on Bozkurt with the suited ace-queen. Oh, look at this. We're just going to go see a flop here. Over $1 million in the middle, 3 players involved. Holtz probably thinking, well, might as well triple up while we're at it here. And Bozkurt starting with the best hand,
This is the
and now still the best hand as it quickly goes check-check. These guys will be happy to see Holtz hit the rail, secured themselves a pay jump, and now Bozkurt receiving the check mark, making the nuts, nut flush, I should say, on the river, on the turn, excuse me. And this will lead to a quick fold, I'm sure, and Holtz is about to find out that his day here at the final table is done. And there we go. Bozkurt going to table the nut flush, and Mike Holtz was hoping that his jack of
Good
hearts
game.
would keep him live.
GG.
It is
Nice to
not
meet you
the
too.
case.
Holler at me on socials.
Yeah, I will, bro.
Mike Holtz collecting $16,821 for his efforts as we await the river card, which will be meaningless here. And the 4 players there on the far side of the table will be battling it out for the win here.
Take care, guys.
Peace.
Final four
not
guaranteed
folding that,
$22,544. Seth, Rabinowitz, Mu, and Bozkurt.
Yeah. Thought about it, but
We are
The
coming at you
flop,
live
I never fold it.
from the Venetian
I
Poker
folded
Room,
flop. I'm not talking
You
about
fold the
final
flop?
flop.
located
Fucking
on level
sizing.
2 at the Palazzo Grand Canal
1 million I
Shops.
call.
Our next streamed final table event kicks off on Wednesday,
Because I
May
had
7th.
chips, I mean.
The $800 Ultimate
it's
Stack
just-
has
yeah,
a
tough. I
$300K
need to
guaranteed
forget
prize pool. The final table of that event will be streamed a week from now on Monday at 1 p.m. Pacific time. 4 starting flights, day 2 on Sunday, and a final table on Monday. Andy Seth still alive for back-to-back wins here at Venetian.
Yeah, he's getting that much closer with every bust out.
Raise 160.
Tony, we can make the
On breaks.
sitting scratch. Oh, on the break? Oh, okay, gotcha.
That's it.
Thank you.
Rabinowitz the short stack with 835. He's down to 10 big blinds.
Raise 160.
Seth with King 7 of clubs raises it up, and Bozkurt makes the call from the big blind. Jack 6-6, 2 spades. After we see a check-check, it's the King of Spades that gives Seth top pair. Bozkurt now with flush and straight draws. Seth is reaching.
Yeah, 155.
Tosses out 155.
How much bet?
155.
Had it.
Bozkurt, let's
Had it?
go.
Had it.
I mean, you did have it, but Bozkurt had,
He had something too.
I mean, he had decent equity there. Almost 30%. Kind of surprised he didn't peel. Gutter to the straight. Queen high spade as well.
Already.
Call here from Bozkurt with a strong King 7 of diamonds, and Seth with the stronger Ace Deuce.
Raise 260.
Seth makes a 260 action back over to Bozkurt, and he lets it go.
I should raise it before you, then I didn't raise.
Pardon?
I should raise it before you, I didn't raise. I had to get enter.
Should have raised. Didn't call.
First base.
Ekrem, bro, I never forget. I never finished telling you about Darling Tennis Center. You want to hear about tennis in Summerlin?
But I hear about them, but I don't play tennis. I like soccer.
But bro, it's in the same park as Kellogg's Zahir, where
Oh
they
yeah,
play all the
everything's
soccer.
there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so there's a class 30 for 30. You pay $30 for 30 days. You can do one lesson every day.
Oh, that's actually a good
Beginner
exercise.
lesson. Yeah, bro, beginner. It's amazing environment. The coaches are all amazing. Honestly,
You know, kind of fun actually. You're right.
I can't recommend anything more than this.
755.
But yeah, I started playing tennis 1 year ago.
Correct. Yeah.
Color
I'm
up?
going to color up some of those 5 tables.
Can I keep?
All right, we are going on a short break.
Some of these
Time for a color up here as the players will hit the restrooms before they commence, or recommence, I should say, with a four-handed play. Darren Rabinowitz, the short stack. Blinds will go up to 50K, 100K when we return from a break in about 15 minutes. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Please don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Let's get some fresh coffee going here as we prepare ourselves for a fun battle over the top prize of $60,000. See you in a few.
Got my ass.
6. Raise to 6,000.
6,000. Open on the button with Jack 10 of hearts.
Beautiful hand to squeeze here. You get some raised folds. You get some hands that you're in pretty good shape against to call, and then
Call 6,000.
you also have the range advantage. Here we see the King Jack suited just make a cold call out of the blinds. So it's going to have the Jack 10 suited dominated, but Oaken will be in position. And Was,
Call 6,000.
the 6-9-0, an infamous hand in poker. Just because of the value of the cards, Remco, nothing else there.
I was trying to think, what am I missing here? Jack 6 deuce, King Charles with a beautiful flop here, top pair, and the spade draw. Wasserson, by the way, and Sebas still in search for a squid button, along with Oaken.
All in.
And look at this. Oaken just moves all in for 30,000 with Jack 10, and King Charles doesn't hesitate.
I guess I can't call. Maybe bet 10. Yeah.
Wasserson obviously gets out of the
that's
way.
not good.
Worst
That
case
is
scenario
not
for
good.
Oaken, and the 2 10s have already been
I
folded.
knew I had the middle card pre-flop.
84,000
yeah,
in the
JRB
middle.
folded the 10 of clubs, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, okay, I didn't even notice that. But wow.
King Charles in a terrific
So
spot.
drawn to a chop, it looks like he needs
Oh, is that
ace
King Jack of
and
spades?
a
Yeah.
deuce or a
Yeah.
6.
Oh,
Yeah,
good. Oh,
he needs 2 pair on board. Or
I don't even know.
more.
Twice.
More. He's got 2 outs over there. 80-20.
You got 2 outs?
I mean, this game over for Oaken on this
Two
hand.
outs that could
two,
be.
2 10s only. As long as no spade.
Yeah,
As long as no
ouch.
10 is spade.
Yeah, that.
Could come ace.
Are you okay?
Oh no, even that is no good. What am I talking about?
He's at 80%.
And that's it.
And that's it.
I knew I was going to
Brian Oaken is going to lose this $84,000 pot, and King Charles
You have more than 30, right?
also winning 3 hands already during the squid game
Alright.
here. That's adding up quickly.
He's cooking.
He is cooking. 15K in the middle. Peter maybe regretting just calling now. 7-7-4 on the flop.
Peter with the best hand still, but can he find a way to get the showdown and actually win this, or is someone going to be betting and bluffing? Sebas with the betting lead kind of has an awful flop for his hand. No backdoors. Against 4 players, he's still going to find a continuation bet.
Well, at least Peter is not giving up right away, which is good to see.
Yeah, good point, Remco. If you are going to slow play ace king and you get these kind of flops, you still have that equity of maybe having the best hand and the possibility of turning an ace or a king still to make the best hand.
Yeah, you know what the sick thing is that the way this hand plays, Sebas is the most likely player to have an ace, so he might try and represent that right now, which could, of course, lead to this pot bloating up even further.
Absolutely. That's exactly it. He's the most likely one to have an ace, king, ace, queen, pocket aces, and he has nothing. He has dust, queen high, so obviously he has to bluff this turn card. And Peter, slow playing ace, king is going to work out maybe for the max here if he can find. Now, the problem here is Sebastian's bet big, right? 11K. Now, whatever, it's not a big bet. It's about a half pot bet. But when you get called here, the gig is up. Like, your opponent has something strong, either a slow played 7 or an ace. So he probably could give up his queen high, but I don't know, will he? Because when you get to the river and you can't win,
right,
the best bet is usually to go all in.
That's the hardest thing in poker.
To give up.
It's just surrender.
Yeah.
Wave the white flag.
But he might find it here, like I said, because when you bet 11K and you get called on this texture, your opponent's going to have something.
And he moves all in. The snap call from Peter. And look at this. Peter plays it unconventionally, hits an ace on the turn, and wins a pot worth $93,000. 5, 4, 7, 2 diamonds. My eyes quickly dancing across these cards. Seb with the overpair of jacks. Brittany with 8s is going to bet 2,000. JRB comes along, calling with the queen 5. And now Seb makes the call. Now, passive play could really lead you down some dangerous streets here.
Yeah, but in these bomb pots, you gotta play passive in these spots because it's just really hard to navigate. And as we see, look at these runouts. Brittany with top set. Peter now makes a straight. He's gonna bet it. Brittany snap calls, but she's got to know. Look, I need the board to pair ASAP. And Sabas with a quick fold to jacks, which is good.
6啊，还没什么牌。
Oh my God, Brittany with quad 8s.
Wow.
好呀，这个你
How did that happen all of a sudden?
And she gets snap called when he goes all in.
Unbelievable.
Jack high, some queen 10 flop or whatever. You maybe get it all. So that's kind of my argument there. And here we got some big hands again. Peter not going to go anywhere with 9s. This could just get him pre.
I mean,
but
the pace of play is just mind-blowing.
yeah, we can't even commentate as fast
We
as
can't even
going.
finish talking about the previous hands, and there's already 50K back in the middle here. Queen, queen 10. Wasp quickly continues for 12,000.
I don't know how Peter's going to fold a pair, but he could. Okay, he doesn't. And Wass, you know, just with one of these bluffing candidates that has equity, he gets there.
Ace on the turn.
Now, I think you want to start checking here at some clip because you have queen X in your range, you have pocket aces, you have pocket 10s, you know, you have king jack in your range here too. So I think you want to check maybe, I don't know, and just let some weaker holdings continue.
Is it also a case of either far behind or far in front? Because there are still some queens in Peter's range, even though it's not super likely. But at the same time, when you do hit your ace, it is going to be even more unlikely that Peter has something that he can give you a lot of value with.
Yep, you're spot on there, Remco. You're really hoping to get value from ace jack here, like a suited ace, like an ace X of spades that floated. Maybe a jack 10, king 10 type hand.
Peter has been playing extremely loose and aggressive. He is just not in the mood to fold.
But Wasp might be targeting hands like ace 10, right? Ace jack typically, and like I said, just some suited ace X, but he might not want, you know, Peter's just tormented here, and I just don't know if Wasp has that many bluffs when you get this kind of run out. So I think Peter could comfortably make a fold here, but it hurts.
This does not look like the kind of man who wants to fold. I think he's trying to give himself reasons to call here, even though he probably knows that he's better off folding. We've all been there.
Yeah, look, Wass has been mixing up. He's been splashing around. He's been playing a lot of pots, so.
Oh,
Look
man.
at the face of determination
You can
on
feel
Peter.
it. You can just feel it.
There's just no pathway here to victory. This could be the best Hollywooding ever, but Wass
I mean,
is not
we
gonna
know
go
this
anywhere.
is genuine. Peter is genuinely thinking about proceeding in the hand. Wasserson has shown a variety of bluffs. It's probably going through his mind. And he moves
Sometimes
all
I translate
in.
the change, but this
Wow.
time I'll translate the body language. This is free roll from Charles.
Wasserson with the great turn bet. It
roll
induces
from
action from
Charles.
two nines for only 40K. I mean, jeez,
I mean,
crazy.
142 in the middle.
Up to you, up to you.
And running it twice with 95% equity for 143K pot Remco.
No.
Peter chasing
Nice.
some losses. Didn't want to believe that Wasserson had it.
Peter, where?
First one goes to Wasserson. Just one out for
Nice.
Peter here, the 9 of clubs. 5 of hearts on the second board, and Wasserson is going to scoop an absolutely enormous pot here.
You just got to take the lumps.
All right, so Peter reloaded. He's got 119,000. And Charles makes it 4K with ace queen of spades.
Peter is
Wow.
not playing anymore right
No,
now.
Peter is literally here to try and destroy some people. He makes it 20K. Oh, and JRB comes along as well. We got 61,000 in the middle.
We haven't even seen a flop yet.
Three-way action. This is insane. 7-7-4.
Peter with the best of it with a great flop. And what is he going to do? How big?
I mean, judging by how Peter has been playing the last 30 minutes, he might just jam here.
It's not that bad of a play if he did. But instead, we're going to check it over to JRB, who checks. Okay, cunning check there. And now, Peter, please bet your hand, because this is the only way you're getting action.
JRB now open-ended, and Peter betting 20,000.
King Charles stuck in the middle with ace queen high, but pretty easy release here. And JRB going to be the one with the decision. Is he going to jam? You know, just take his equity. He doesn't think Peter maybe has pairs and he's up and down, or is he going to call and try to see a river first? But I think JRB has an easy all in, more or less. I mean, Peter has some probably just whiffs here, and JRB has enough equity where his sixes are probably good, or he can improve. But
wow, Charles calls with ace
Crazy.
queen high. JRB instant all in for 42,900, and now the action back on Peter.
I mean, crazy. I mean, yeah. If Charles wasn't in the middle, Peter, you know, flicks this in easy. Peter now might be considering, do I just want to jam myself?
Peter makes the call, and now we're back on Charles, who could be drawing dead. You know, if you're thinking about the kind of hands that are out there right now, Charles is going to make the call, and JRB with a straight draw and his pair of sixes, $189,000 in the middle.
I mean, JRB is uncomfortable. He needs to
Wait till
improve.
you see what he has before you decide that.
Peter
4 on the river. Peter with
gonna
his pair of
scoop
ace,
this.
and it goes check, check. JRB shows his sixes. That's no good.
Nice, nice.
Peter,
JRB celebrates
oh
with him.
my God. Peter tables the eights.
That's a monster
Oh
pot.
my God. After the hand he lost against Wasserson, everybody probably thought this man is just on tilt.
Without a clock and time extensions and all of that in play at these final tables, it's good. You know, there's not too much tanking. I know we've had some longer hands, but understandably so given those decisions. But you know, things are moving.
Seeing lots of love for LaPlante, for She in the chat. Victor has some fans. So does Sandberg. Stavia raising it up to 225 here. Gets over to Sandberg in the big blind with queen 3 of clubs. Might we peel? Yes, we will. Sandberg is going to make the call, see a flop, hoping for something with a bit of connectivity to get his chips in the middle. And we flop a flush. Holy moly. 8-6-7. Sandberg flops a queen high flush. Stavia, let it be known, can still do one better with the 9 of clubs.
Yeah, Sandberg here just, I mean, try and contain your excitement inside. Can already feel the double up coming. Obviously, you know, you can be overflushed, yes, but unlikely so.
Sandberg peels from the big blind, flops the goods, and now, of course, looking to get the money in, and there we go. Stavia makes it very easy. A bet and a call, and Evan Sandberg's tournament life is on the line. You see it in the top left-hand corner of your screen. 1 out. Just 1 out. Sandberg has to dodge, so he is very comfortable here, looking for a double up.
I feel like we're due for a straight flush. We've done enough of these streams now. I feel like we're due for a straight flush, right? I mean,
If you have to go out, might as well be doing 1 outer.
Yeah.
All right, Sandberg, be careful what you wish for. Turn and river still to come. Is Stavia going to find the miracle? Turn card is the 8 of spades. So far, so good. Stavia just needs to fade that 1 card that would make this room erupt. River card. It's the 9 of clubs!
My God.
Oh my God! Sandberg said it himself. If I go out, it might as well be against the straight flush.
He kind of willed it into existence.
I mean, this is his own fault.
We're going to see it in an hour.
Oh shit, that is so dirty. And there's yeah.
Once again, shout out to everyone who's tuned into our stream tonight. One final time, please. Hit subscribe on the Venetian Poker Live channel.
Yeah. Just give me the pot every time.
Expand our reach. Make sure everyone knows about this game. This massive game happening every Saturday on the Venetian Poker Live channel and on PokerGo.
And, right, if there's any millionaires or wealthy people, affluent people that want to come play, JRB said, look, you show up here with 50K, 100K.
How many raises are you going to make?
Maybe we can get you in the game.
You can DM me on Twitter or find a way to contact Venetian Poker Live on social media. We will pass along your contact details to JRB as we see
You're ahead.
a massive pot building here. Brittany all in for 37,600.
We can't even plug the channel.
No. We go 2K, 11, 27.
Today I'm very lucky.
And now we are all in 77,000.
Always the queens.
Hello and welcome back to Venetian Poker Live. Yes, live we are. Hope you enjoy those highlights from some of our earlier play in both cash games and tournaments. 4 players remaining here in this $1,100 buy-in ultimate stack. 300K guaranteed prize pool, 60K up top for the winner to Final Four guaranteed, $22,500. And there are the names on your screen of those still in contention for the top prize.
You have 5.
Darren Rabinowitz,
You have what, 5
the
point?
short stack with 675,000 chips.
So I have just around 4.
You'll have 4, I think,
Yeah.
We're playing 50K, a 100K with a 100K big blind ante.
Yeah, just 3.9.
So 6 bigs for Rabinowitz. Look for him to be all in soon.
Yeah, exactly 3.9.
Ace King here for Seth. Nice way to come back from break, especially with the blinds up. The golden line with the wings now displayed on the table. Rabinowitz sitting awfully close to it. Might feel like a winner photo already, the way you're looking at him sitting right by the trophy. And this first hand goes to Andy Seth. All right, chat, let us know who you're rooting for. Let us know who you think is going to take this down. Andy Seth going for back-to-back wins here in this Venetian DeepStack series. Once again, a little
glance over at this trophy for the ultimate stack. Jack 9 of hearts for Rabinowitz. On the button. Could see a shove here.
Yeah. You know, 6 1/4 bigs. I mean, he's going to do the whole 1 chip behind, but.
Ready. 620. He raised to 620.
And Rabinowitz gladly picks up the blinds and antes here.
Thanks, Tony.
Bozkurt, the biggest stack, sitting on 48 bigs. Seth on 42, then Mu on 21, and Rabinowitz on 8.
Thank you, Tony.
Donnie, yeah, from time to time you mentioned that you've played with some of these players. In this case, you mentioned it about Bozkurt. Share some insight into what sort of the week-to-week grind can be like for some of these players, because we do tend to see a lot of the same faces across town going deep in these events. And when you sometimes pull up a player's list of results, you could see anywhere between 5 to 10 results a month from players that sort of grind these tournaments on a regular basis.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there is a ton on offer in Vegas. I mean, here at Venetian, of course, it seems like there's a big series running every single week with big events every day of the week, especially on the weekends like this one. So, for somebody like a Darren Rabinowitz who frequents a ton of the events, or a Bozkurt as well who frequents a ton of the events, there's really something to play every single day. And then players with a lot of experience like Rabinowitz, like Bozkurt, they're going to end up at a lot of the final tables, But before, pre-Venetian Poker Live, these guys were doing this sort of stuff often. Now we get to actually see them do their thing, because we have, this studio, this stage, these cameras, whatnot. So we're going to see a lot more of these Vegas regulars, which in terms of like a regional or local poker scene is arguably the toughest in the U.S. The Venetian tournaments are very, very hard. You come to these $800, these $1,100 tournaments. Even when you play some of the 600s, you're gonna see a Darren Rabinowitz, a Bozkurt. You're gonna see a Shannon Shore. You're gonna see an Eric Baldwin. A Dan Sepio. Like, you're gonna see these guys, Jeremy Becker, etc., who are very, very good, but they're grinding every single day.
Well, Mu gets a call from Rabinowitz, who gives up after an unfavorable flop, and he finds himself in the same situation he found himself in before. Just shy of 6 big blinds now.
This feels like a tag team battle, like 2 against 2.
It is.
Tag team. I like that.
Big one here for Bozkurt. Ace queen offsuit.
225.
We're on the same team.
You make the good comment. Yeah, we're in the same team.
Oh, look at this. Pocket kings from Mu in the big blind. How do we size this here to try and extract as much as possible? Could there be some leveling here with Rabinowitz as short as he is?
600.
And Mu makes it 600,000 to go.
I think Bozkurt here is fine to just come with a call, play this one in position. I don't. Obviously, there are times when players, get a little bit out of line. Yes, but we have not seen that at all from Mu. So I would lean that he does have probably a pretty good hand here, more often than not. So, I mean, I'm not folding Ace Queen off, but I'm probably not just ripping this in because I think I'm only going to get snapped off quite a bit of the time, and it's going to be just bad news when that happens.
Yeah, which is why I brought up the leveling game, where in a way, this could be seen as a steal with Rabinowitz being as short as he is.
Yeah, I mean, but maybe that is what offers in like the evil thoughts.
Right.
Like, well,
right.
this guy can't call off if he has a good hand, but he's probably not, 3-betting quite late.
You see deuce 5-5. Beautiful flop for kings. Now, and if Mu was on a steal, and Bozkurt has a hand the way that he does, would a scenario like this be a reason to perhaps shove pre? Now, we know this would have backfired, but let's say, Mu was messing around. You can still be messed around with on a low flop like this.
Yeah, I mean, of course. If I was Mu here, I would start pretty small with a bet. I think the hands that are the smaller pairs below the kings, especially stuff that's like the 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s of the world, I really, really want to charge them. Like, I even almost think 5 or 650 is maybe a little bit too much. I would have come closer to probably B20, just keep it nice and small.
Well, Mu chips up 3.1 million, and this battle at the top of the standings is starting to even out quite a bit. Rabinowitz now on the button. He's going to get 2 free hands to hopefully find something worth playing. Queen 9 off for Rabinowitz. Probably good enough here on the button. 5 bigs.
Yeah, I think you can go with this one. I think it also does help if you're Rabinowitz. These players haven't really been just like calling all that light, so.
Queen 5 for Bozkurt. Just going to let it go, and Rabinowitz again with the pre-flop pickup. Still, of course, waiting for a double up, but it's a nice way to at least stay alive in this event.
And I wouldn't be too eager overall to just give Rabinowitz chips. Also, if I'm Bozkurt or Seth, because they are right around even at 4 million each, I'm kind of fine with him being there, and I can leverage some pressure at times.
Bozkurt going to limp in on
Good.
Seth's big blind, who quickly checks back.
2 players.
10-9-4, 2 diamonds. Great for one, nothing for the other. Check, check, brings the 5 of hearts. These players, of course, disincentivized to get creative with the presence of the short stack of Darren Rabinowitz and Seth. Seth basically checked out from this hand as soon as the flop brought him nothing of interest.
Yeah, my guess is we're probably going to see a lot of just small pots getting traded between Mu, Bozkurt, and Seth while Rabinowitz is still in the tournament there. Probably more trading of chips between Seth and Bozkurt. You know, they've been a little bit more open about things, whereas Mu has been, you know, a little bit tighter. Not like necessarily in a bad way, just hasn't been getting as active, but understandably so, where his stack is. That said, he's got 2 10s here, so certainly got to get active here.
10s here for Mu, an absolute premium, especially during four-handed play. Donnie, Mu's been all business. Haven't seen him make a misstep here. And Seth now finds ace-king. Now, this is very, very intriguing. These stacks are both large and fairly close together.
I'm quite surprised Bozkurt just instantly hit the muck with king-jack suited. Was not even just the flat here.
And here comes the 3-bet. 700,000 from Seth. Rabinowitz happy to let the other stacks clash. How do we treat this? This we're move where you can just flat here and hope for a low flop?
I think he can certainly put it in. I think he can just play this one in position. Kind of fine. I mean, 10s will play all right post. I think this deep. I think jacks you're for sure jamming. 10s is like kind of more of a question. I mean, Seth isn't folding this either.
Wow. Massive shove here from Mu. Seth makes the call. We have an enormous all-in showdown with Darren Rabinowitz on the sidelines on just 7 big blinds. Seth is the covering stack. 6.5 million chips in the middle. Whoever wins this will be the chip leader. But if Mu doesn't win, he will be eliminated in 4th place. This is massive. 5-3 deuce, 2 spades. Fair. 10s well out in front. Seth looking now for an ace-king or a 4. Deuce pairs on the turn. 10 outs for Seth. Or will Mu be our new chip leader? The river is the jack of clubs. And Mu receives a massive double up. Andy Seth now also one of the short stacks at this final table.
2, 3, 3.1, 3.13. 3.13.
No, that's too
This is
already
2
there.
million. Yeah.
3.13.
I give 2 million.
Stacks getting verified here.
3,
What a
1, 3,
massive swing. Massive swing at this final table. As I mentioned, 22K guaranteed for the final 4, 30,700 for 3rd.
Same hand.
Yeah.
Jack. I thought you had a jack.
You see me at jacks?
Yeah, something like that. Or maybe ace king.
Pretty similar.
Maybe ace king.
10s to jacks, same thing here. 10s jacks, same thing here.
Yeah, you had a pair, didn't you?
Huh?
You had a pair, right?
Kings. Kings.
Kings. I had a ace king.
Wow. This thing didn't shove.
There's too much to show, basically.
820 I have.
Four-handed.
Donnie, has this now become a game of chicken between Seth and Rabinowitz?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is now. I mean, obviously before that hand it wasn't. Seth does have a little bit of breathing room, about 2.5 big blinds more, but yeah, I mean, it's going to kind of be like, you know, who's going to blink first? Or just, you know, who's going to pick up a hand first, right? Put their money in.
$10-9 off on the button here for Seth. A lot of considerations here.
Oh,
Big pickup here for Seth now. Just for winning the blinds and antes once. He's got that 2-1 lead over Rabinowitz. Nines for Rabinowitz. Monster hand. He's going to just put the large chips into the middle here. And ace-jack for Mu. That is a hand worth contending with. Jack, 8-6 rainbow here, and Mu hits top pair, top kicker. Nowhere to go for Rabinowitz. Nine's in trouble versus ace-jack. Rabinowitz about to finish fourth unless he can find a 9 or running straight cards. Turn card is the king of hearts. Rabinowitz now down to a 9 and a 9 only. And the river brings the 8 of diamonds, and that is it. Darren Rabinowitz eliminated in fourth place. He'll collect $22,544 as the remaining 3 are now set to receive at least $35,745, which is not a bad payout for an $1,100 buy-in. And Mu spins the short stack into the chip, as he mentioned himself.
I have 1. You have 7?
I have, yeah.
Sen Mu has 600K in live tournament earnings.
1.7, 3.7.
His best finish, $108,000 in the Millie Maker back in 2024. Finished 11th that year.
Has a huge swing.
Also has a runner-up finish in a $600 ultimate stack here at Venetian for $39,000.
Oh yeah, here it comes.
Getting really
Back
lucky
in
here.
2021 and 2022, he was the GPI National Player of the Year. And Mu right now, the favorite to add a wonderful victory to his resume, but this thing is not over yet. Andy Seth was in the similar situation a week ago.
Dude, don't worry.
When he was basically the underdog three-handed and he just rallied and came back.
He was. Ended up in the winner's circle. I mean, listen, never give up. As long as you got chips, you're in it.
thinking of a flop.
300K from Bozkurt. Seth makes the call. It comes Jack, Jack 10. Seth flops a 10. Bozkurt inside straight draw. Overcards. Bozkurt bets 200K. And Seth makes it 400K. Interesting play here with almost nothing behind, Donnie. What are we communicating here?
I mean, I think Seth is just trying to get any value that he can here. Him being so short, three-handed here, he doesn't mind, like, you know, getting a little kind of tricky, risky with it, you know, so just come with the min raise here. Maybe you get called by the ace highs of the world. Maybe, you know, if he's got an under pair to the Jack 10 that's out there, he can still just continue along.
You raising me for that flop?
Yeah. Had to.
Play the hand wrong. Supposed to keep you in.
Wow, hand shuffling? What's the world come to? Pardon? No.
Well, when you guys play the hand too fast and the shuffler can't get done, I mean, that's your own fault, right? You got to take like 10 more seconds.
Wow. Donnie.
Yeah, I have no words for that.
What is happening?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think King 9 is a fine open there.
Well, meanwhile, Seth up some trickery here, limping in from the small blind, hoping for Mu to make some kind of move here. And it's working because Mu makes it 350. Now, do we just pull the trigger here more often than not?
Yeah, I think you're coming with a limp jam.
All in.
There it is.
The limp jam from Seth is in effect. Mu probably thinking to himself, man, I could have just seen a flop, found some diamonds, but instead now we have to give this up.
I mean, there's just such a small portion of time there that you're going to be crushed. I mean, obviously it can happen, yes, but a lot of times you can get called there by inferior hands. You know, king, queen, king, jack, maybe even some worse aces. You can flip against pairs, of course. Do like that approach from Seth. Well done by him. Back up to 20 bigs now.
King, queen off for Mu. Got to stay on the offensive here. Still playing 50K, 100K. Seth on 20 bigs. He's got plenty to apply pressure here. Bozkurt definitely with a style of his own. As the players have gotten a little quieter here. Mike Holtz was driving a lot of conversation. Rabinowitz also involved, and now Seth, who doesn't back away from table talk. Pretty locked in here. Bozkurt no longer with the shades on. Perhaps feeling comfortable now that he's secured himself a $35,000 payday. This hand's getting checked. There we go again with the check.
Guess I check. I revert a pair.
7.
Everyone with a 7.
Kicker plays, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, give both these guys a double shot of Casamigos.
Later.
I'm good, thank you.
All right, once again, look at the payouts in this $1,100 ultimate stack. 3 players remaining, battling for the $60,000 prize pool. 30K, 42K, and 60K here awaiting the final 3. Andy Seth looking for back-to-back wins here in the Venetian DeepStack series. Would be kind of crazy if he pulled it off.
Where's 250?
225.
225.
Bozkurt now, 225 with King Jack. Seth with Ace-5 in the small blinds.
All in?
And he's just going to move all in.
How much you have?
1.82.
1.8?
1.82.
The all-in 1.850. Is correct?
1.82.
82. Okay. 1.882.
Here. 2, 6 is 8. 1.8. 1.8.
I don't think you can call this off here if you're Bozkurt. I mean, it's obviously not fun putting a King Jack into the muck after you raise, but
And Bozkurt does let it go. Sixes here for Seth on the button.
Where's the 200?
Makes it 200,000. Mu lets it go, and a quick call from Bozkurt with 9-8 of clubs. Nine-8 looking pretty good here on 10-8-3 rainbow. pair and a bunch of backdoors here for Bozkurt. Seth looking to end this thing right here on the spot. Doesn't look like that's going to have any chances of succeeding. Bozkurt comes along and makes the call. Is this a situation where, I mean, here comes the ace. Is this a situation where Seth is happy to just, check it down, hoping that his sixes might be good some of the time? Or now that the ace comes, is he going to be trying to represent the ace since it's much more likely that he has one of these?
Yeah, I think he can definitely aim to represent it. The question is, does he want to, or does he kind of think, okay, my sixes have some sort of showdown value here?
Check.
Check.
Action does go check, check. 4 spades completes the board.
Check.
Bozkurt's 8 is
Check.
something he'd love to show down,
9.
and he is going to get to show it down.
9.
9? What does a 9 mean?
I mean, I can't see here. I'm sorry. No wonder he said like there's no 9 there.
Well, I could beat a 9.
I thought there's a 9 there, but it
9
was
eye?
8. Sorry, my
Lucky 6s?
6. Yeah.
Wrong pair.
See,
Announced.
that's why you don't wear the
I know,
sunglasses.
I couldn't see that. I thought
you
there's a 9
can't see
there,
the,
but it
the
was
board.
8. One of those.
Queen 6 here for Mu. As Seth slips down below 2 million again.
$200.
Both players here with Queen 6. I'd much prefer the situation that Mu is in. Bigger stack, better position, suited cards. You see 9, 7, 3, 2 hearts. Still much more potential here for Mu.
Check.
Mu's going to continue firing. I'm struggling to understand why Seth would defend a Queen 6 step hand there. Not really easy to flop something good. Not really easy to ever be confident.
I agree with you. I'm also kind of struggling to understand it, I mean, but there's been a couple points, I think, during this final table when I've wondered as it relates to Seth. I mean, we saw him defend the 9-4 off, right? Which I'm kind of like, that seems on the looser side. And if you're going to defend that, but then you don't defend a hand like 8-deuce suited, I mean, at least the 8-deuce was suited, right? So it's like, if you're going to defend the 9-4, then, why not that? And I think there was maybe a Jack 5 or a Jack 4 or something in there as well, which is like, well, if you're defending the 9-4 off, which is kind of as bad as it gets, well, shouldn't you just be defending everything? So I don't know. Then again, he was talking earlier, I know we saw it on the last final table, when he folded that 8-7 hearts from the big blind, he said basically like he felt the energy. Is he just like an energy guy?
I mean,
a vibes guy,
Maybe he is. Maybe he is an energy vibes guy. Wow. And Mu is just not messing around right now. Nothing there for Seth but to relinquish.
Call. Option. Check. Thirty.
King 7-5 rainbow. Mu pairs a 7 against Bozkurt in this blind battle.
Nothing. Just came to hit my vape a couple times while they play pop.
Nice. 100. Raise to 325.
And look at this, Bozkurt hitting a straight on the river. The gut shot to be exact, very well disguised. No aggression on this hand at all until the river when Mu bet 100,000. (6-3) is like the only logical combo that plays the hand this way, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a 6-8. Maybe he's got like a 5-4 that made 2 pair, 7-4, something like that. I'm trying to think, have we seen any like bluffs at all at this final table? I mean, I can't really recall like anything.
And Mu thinks that Bozkurt might be bluffing, but he definitely wasn't.
Good shot, I know. So lucky.
Life's so nice when the 6-3 gets there.
Huh?
The better flop.
Yeah, you bet the flop, I flop. I mean, I got in.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Ace-5 now for Mu. Surely going to continue raising. Once again, a reminder that the next streamed event here inside the Venetian Poker Room kicks off on Wednesday. Wait, what? I missed that, Donnie.
He just folded king queen off. I don't
King queen off? Wow. Bozkurt very selective with the way that he plays. It's sort of odd to me to see that. Seth on 15 bigs, definitely an ICM consideration.
Check. Check.
This hand's getting checked down, and king queen would have been very, very strong here on this one. And Seth now betting 150 with king high, trying to buy this one.
Level 61, 21, 20.
I don't know why I didn't cut. I mean, like I had the hand.
Yeah, you should.
Queen.
I didn't open much.
Yeah.
Back to what I was talking about. Wednesday, the $800 Ultimate Stack kicks off at 11 in the morning, 300K guaranteed. 4 starting flights, day 2 on Sunday, and then the final table on Monday. Donnie and I will be on the call at 1 p.m. And now, 2 pocket pairs here. Seth just limping in. Perhaps going for the same approach that he did not too long ago.
I would expect Mu to just jam.
Oh, wow. And Mu jams. Seth will be happy to snap it off here.
Slams it in.
Wow. 9's well out in front here. And with 3.6 million in the middle, this hand could really even things out here as Seth is an 81% favorite to double up and take a chunk out of the stack of Mu. A little bit of stretching going on there for Seth. Potentially getting ready to rake.
Do you
in
want
those
them to
chips.
just rifle them out? I hate this like sweat. I just put all 5 cards out there immediately. Let's go.
Yeah,
Seth can't handle the stress here of the showdown. Let's see what these 5 cards bring, and it is Jack 4, 8, rainbow on the flop. Mu just looking for a 3 and a 3 only. Not there on the turn. Seth looking very safe here. River card, 7 of diamonds.
1.77.
And Seth doubles up to 3.6 million. Mu maintains his chip lead, but right now it really is anyone's game.
1.5.
1.77.
1.77.
0.7.
77.
70.
Yeah.
Like this. 1. 7. 70.
Nice hand. Wow. Good comeback.
Okay, nice. Wow.
Good comeback. I played one hand very bad against you. I'm not supposed to show the flop. 10-10 jack flop. I should put you all into the flop.
You probably saved money, brother. Oh, pre-flop, yeah, you probably put me all in.
You call?
But I had the best hand on the flop. Yeah, I would have called.
You would call pre-flop?
Yeah,
Wow.
I think. I had queen 10 offsuit.
How much you have now? 3.5?
1.77, so like 3.7.
1.77? 3.8?
3.8, 3.7, something like this.
1.7? No, that's 3.4.
Plus the 120, plus 240, right? Who is, oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. 3.7.
Big blind, right?
3.6, I think.
3.6, yeah.
120, 120. Thank you.
Seth picks up a nice one right away again. 9-8 of hearts on the button.
Raise 240.
Right?
240.
Bozkurt calls from the big blind with ace-3. Ace-5-3. Beautiful flop for Bozkurt, and also the type of flop that Seth could look to try and represent things on.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is going to cost Seth at least 1 street here.
155.
Yeah, Seth betting 155, understandably so. Bozkurt, of course, has no incentive to raise. His hand is so strong. He's just hoping for Seth to keep on blasting. 4 spades on the turn, puts a one card straight out there. But of course, not likely for deuces to be in either player's range. More likely probably to be in Bozkurt's range though, but let's see the river here. Queen of clubs.
You win.
Super. I was waiting for you to bet.
Good.
Oh, I will have 2 pair also.
Yeah, you lose. Like you lose, right?
I lose.
Yeah. When you bet like 150 at the flop, I'm like, oh, he doesn't have an ace. I'm not gonna get money. I already know that.
You have an ace, brother.
No, mate. It's my.
Is it like 120?
It's your button or my button?
I was in the big blind. I think he's in the button.
My button. My
Yeah,
button.
it's his
Yeah.
button. I'm
That's
small
not-
blind.
it's not my end.
Yeah, I'm small blind. Yeah.
120.
60, right, for me?
It's 120 is terrible. It should be like.
Blinds are up, 60K, 120.
Raise 250.
$250 now from Mu, and Seth
in.
again with a nice pair, and he's just gonna jam, get this over with.
Button good.
Pick up here for Seth.
Do you
Back up
guys
to 3.5 million.
want to make the deal? Anyone interesting, or we should play out?
We could talk numbers if you want, but I probably wouldn't do a chip chop.
I think he's not winning either. What you think?
I'm fine either way. Up to you guys.
Like, do you want to see the number? See how the number look like?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah? Okay, he doesn't mind then to see the number and
Yeah.
then see it's doable or not.
Pardon?
And then let's see it's doable or not for everyone.
Sure. Whatever you like, brother.
Everybody trying to play off the fact that they would love to win an extra couple thousand on it. Can't be too eager because
Can you call the floor?
that'll hurt your negotiation position probably.
Yeah, of course.
51, please.
I mean, the numbers will be fairly close here.
Yeah.
All things considered. I mean, these chips are pretty close. Only a handful of big blinds separating the biggest stack and the shortest stack.
No numbers just yet here as we see the next blind battle. King, Jack 9, Seth flopping top pair. I mean, this could further even things out if Seth just wins this hand, and we might have 3 even stacks before they end up looking at some numbers. Mu comes along and makes the call with the inside straight draw backdoor spades. 5 of clubs on the turn. Very safe here for Seth.
They're 325.
Seth now continues the firing. Throws out 325. Mood is not in the mood to give up here, I guess, but that seems to be the only option here. And look at these stacks here. 4.3, 3.7, 3.9.
Sure.
Very close in stack sizes. All right, so the players will take a short break to look at some numbers, use the restroom, and perhaps we'll have some updated information for you when they return. For now, we're taking a 10-minute break, after which the action will resume with the final 3 players. There's always, of course, money left to be played for, as well as the trophy. As we look at the chip counts that I just mentioned, Ekrem Bozkurt in the lead. Andy Seth has made quite a nice comeback, similar to what he did last week. Seth on 3.9 million, Sen Mu on 3.7. All right, we'll see you guys in 10 minutes for a continuation of this 3-handed battle in this $1,100 Ultimate Stack.
Yeah.
Once again, shout out to everyone who's tuned into our stream tonight. One final time, please.
Yeah.
Hit subscribe on the Venetian Poker Live channel.
Yeah. Just give me the pot every time.
Expand our reach. Make sure everyone knows about this game. This massive game happening every Saturday on the Venetian Poker Live channel and on PokerGo.
And, if there's any millionaires or wealthy people, affluent people that want to come play, JRB said, look, you show up here with 50K, 100K.
How many raids are you going to make?
Maybe we can get you in the game.
You can DM me on Twitter or find a way to contact Venetian Poker Live on social media. We will pass along your contact details to JRB as we see
you're ahead.
a massive pot building here.
Yeah,
Brittany all in for 37,600.
We can't even plug the channel.
No. We go 2K, 11, 27.
Today I'm very lucky.
And now we are all in 77,000.
Always the queens.
Queens for the queen.
Running it twice. King 7-6.
We're doing it twice.
That shot
no,
here.
Please don't put the 8 out there.
JRB.
Please don't. No 8, Brittany. Please, no, just no 8.
A jack of hearts is okay.
9 on the turn. Additional
No
outs for
8,
JRB.
no 9, no 10. Okay? No 8, 9, 10. No 8, 9, 10.
Don't believe him.
No, come on, don't do that to Brittany. She's so lovely.
River card. The 6 of hearts.
That's
a really, really bad card for me.
Lots of
Really
JRB's
bad
outs
card.
being mixed there. The 6-7, 2 hearts,
two
a
hearts.
9.
Squandered.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, second board. Oh, look at this. 7, 8, 4.
Every hand's a
I
split.
got a chance. The sixes.
Jack or a 6
Oh, my
now.
sixes.
sixes are
Oh,
going.
JB to split it.
no.
6 outs.
Six is dead.
Jack's out.
No jacks,
You
though.
can hit a jack.
We're all wild.
Lots of jacks left.
can have
Lots
a
of
jack.
jacks. Lots of jacks left.
Three of spades, not
Lots of
gonna
jacks
do it.
left.
Knock your chopper.
Put like a
How much, Brittany?
black 4.
All right, river card. The 10 of diamonds.
Needle.
And Brittany
What
is going
a
to double
needle.
through JRB.
He's gotten a couple
Not even
small
my
bluffs
worst
through,
quiver
but now
ever.
he's got a real hand.
Messed that game up so badly. Can't believe I didn't call Peter with an ace there. That's crazy.
And Isaac looks interested.
但是2勾我们不是大概率更没勾
He
了
had a spade block.
I had 9 that hand.
没想到
I had 9 that
And I
hand.
had a spade block.
不到你的
And JRB in the straddle with ace queen of diamonds makes it 15,000.
Those blockers don't mean shit to me.
Oh, baby. Peter with that look in his eyes,
They got the flush. They got the flush.
like I'm coming after
The
you.
full house.
Oh, yeah. So what else you got left there, JRB? Because I'm going to put it all in
33.
there.
33.
The excitement from Peter here.
King Jack, huh? Okay.
That's
King
30.
Jack up.
Peter being a little meticulous here with his bet
God
size.
dang it, really?
Puts in
Dang.
32,000.
Peter-
Easy one
Peter-
for Isaac here.
Peter gets the action, doesn't
JRB knows he's...
He
He knows he's putting it in. He doesn't know how good he is.
he? Why, you have a big hand? Yeah, obviously.
Nice.
All right, running it twice. 100,000 in the middle.
Ooh, I know.
JRB versus Peter.
What are you gonna do?
That's okay. Okay.
It looks worse than it
Nice
is.
hand,
JRB does have a pretty good hand here against kings.
All right, can JRB find an escape here to get his money back?
Yeah.
first flop. Let's see it. And there's the diamonds.
Wow.
When you run it twice, you always want to win the first one, Remco.
Yep.
That's not good for you.
Not at all.
And there's the diamonds. Peter looking for a king or a 4 to make a full house. Otherwise, JRB will be free roll on this hand.
4. Come on, make it fun. Fun for the viewers. 4. Oh, unlucky, unlucky. Unlucky.
He's needling as he wins.
I always,
No, it's.
You said ace.
Can he do it twice?
That's what he said.
Yeah.
There's still aces.
Jack 8-5, 2
Chopper
clubs.
good. I'm very happy. Gao Xing with the chop.
Chopper.
Chopper Gao Xing. Chopper Gao Xing.
Diamond.
Happy with the chop.
Chopper.
Ace!
Oh my
Oh,
gosh. It
come on,
hurts
dealer.
so
Oh,
What's this?
man.
Bullshit. Okay, never come back Venetian again. The host of the game, that's how we run.
JRB with the miracle pull
Unlucky.
How's that
wins 2 boards with
What
ace
happened to
queen versus
JRB of old that
kings.
used to always get all the bad beats? Now
Oh
I'm the
my
lucky
God.
fucker.
We got ace 3 of clubs checking in the straddle, so there's a lot of formidable hands here going to the flop.
What is quid? Is there a squid button in there?
Jack 7-6, PP flopping the nut flush draw. We got Isaac bottom end of the open-ended. Jack top pair for Nick. Once again, lots of customers here potentially.
Yeah, multi-way pots. You got to just tread carefully. That's my best advice. Tread carefully.
Well, no care enacted as PP makes it 13,000 immediately. Action back on Isaac.
So here, Isaac, when he bet on the button, it's like, yeah, I have an up and down straight draw. You have a 5 high. Maybe I just want to try to win the pot. But when you're up against all these people and you don't have much else to go with it, you might just want to have checked. But he gets check raised here, and now he's going to see the turn. And he's got decent equity, but he's not going to feel comfortable unless he hits a straight. A 4 or 5 is not going to feel good.
Wow, 8 of diamonds on the turn.
Wow, say wow again.
Wow.
Because this is a huge card. Because PP's not slowing down here. PP check raise the flop as a bluff, right? So he's just going to keep blasting. And look at Isaac's poker face here.
24,000 is the bet. Isaac has 112 left on the turn here.
So you just ask yourself, do I want to trap and slow play?
He does
Keep
it.
their range open?
Right. He just makes the call. Looking to fade a club. 7 pairs on the river. Less than a pot-sized bet left here for PP. Now, does he want to surrender? Does this man look like someone who surrenders? He's got the Richard Mill on the wrist. An indication, perhaps, of his
Richard
willingness to
Mill.
bluff.
Yeah, I'm just messing around. Richard Mill on the wrist. Watch as I grab my chips.
And here we go. 45,000 is the bet. And the quick call from Isaac, who wins $171,000 pot.
Holy shit.
Wow, man. Wow. I mean, these just happen so fast.
Chips are flying. Waiting for those graphics to catch up here. A6-3 on board.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
This is what
This is
we're
not real.
watching for Peter? This is disaster.
Oaken makes the call, and we've got 2 pair versus 2 pair.
Could this night be going any worse for Peter?
The 9 of spades on the turn. And some eagerness here from Peter, who just casually tosses out 25,000. Is this a situation where Oaken must think, well, if Peter has any ace, can I get him to call a shove here?
It's a spot where you just keep calling, because if he's bluffing, you let him keep bluffing. And if he has whatever, like he has, he's going to keep betting. So,
And Oaken moves all in on the turn.
Oh, Peter just got to feel sick, but I mean.
Oh, he makes the call.
Yeah.
237 in the middle. 2 pair versus 2 pair. And Peter can only laugh at how unlucky he's been getting.
Yeah, I mean, Jeez. What can you do?
Yangtze, 2 times.
Awful.
2 times here. And Peter with only 2 outs.
Gross. Gross.
What a disgusting turn of events for
Tough
Peter.
day for him. First, I
2-pair versus straight.
Oh, nice.
Now 2-pair. Welcome back to Venetian Poker Live. The $1,100 Ultimate Stack still ongoing. Final 3 players have returned from their break, and we have an update about a deal that has been agreed to. No, it is not the common deal you might hear about where the money gets chopped up and we all go home. No, they have simply altered the payouts to make them a little flatter. They have taken some money from first and added it to third place. So the final 3 are now guaranteed $35,754, $42,688 for second, and $55K for first. So they've made the payouts a little shallower, but I don't think it'll reduce the veracity with which these guys are battling for the win. Once again, my name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth, having some fun with some final table action here inside the Venetian Poker Room. If you're around in Las Vegas or planning to come visit, come check out the Venetian Poker Room, located at level 2 at the Palazzo Grand Canal Shops. As we speak, on a rainy Monday in Las Vegas, the room's pretty full. There is lots of action ongoing right now. The $400 Ultimate Stack kicks off tomorrow at 11 a.m. If you are interested in playing some tournaments. And then on Wednesday, the $800 Ultimate Stack with a $300,000 guarantee kicks off. 4 starting flights. Final table of that event next Monday. Live streamed as well on PokerGo and on the Venetian channels. Please don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Appreciate you all for hanging out. Donnie, give me some sort of thinking patterns that these players might have had to not chop the money at stake, but to simply, make the payouts a little bit flatter. Wouldn't it sort of be easier for them to say, we'll make a chip chop and we all guarantee ourselves basically second place, because that's usually what ends up happening when you run the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're probably a bit competitive, right? They don't just want to kind of like chop the money and go home, even if there is something to play for, lock themselves into a certain amount.
Yeah, I can do it. You could, yeah, you could.
No,
possible.
Could add
also, I mean, we weren't necessarily privy to the discussion, so maybe somebody just kind of said, nah, I don't really want to do that. I'd rather just kind of rearrange things a little bit.
Are you a chopper, Donnie?
No, I mean, no. I can say that, but obviously things would, who knows how I would react in the moment if there was, life-changing money on the line. But
yeah, that's the second time I've done that.
I think I subscribe to the fact that when you're in these situations, you're not going to be in them often.
Right.
So I might as well give myself the best chance to maximize the payout versus, taking a bit less. Now, let's say it's, I don't know, WSB main event, and it's you're talking about millions of dollars. I mean, it might be a little bit of a different scenario, yes, but
yeah, but you could also look at it like, if the payouts are, millions of dollars, then winning 1.5 million or 2.5 million is not as big a difference in a utility kind of sense if you compare it to winning, 20K or 60K. Depending on, of course, how much of a piece of yourself you have. So to me, it almost feels like if I'm about to win 1.5 million, I'm already happy with 1.5 million. I'll gamble with you for another million to just sort of give you a different sort of mindset that players might have.
Yeah.
Versus, you're playing for 60K, you might want to be like, oh, let me lock up the extra 20 or whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, I look at chopping and, maybe I just haven't fully thought this through and it might be a little bit flawed, but similar to when people get to a certain point in sports betting and they immediately are like, oh, I have to hedge. No, you make the bet initially to get the maximum payout. So then why are you always hedging to limit your payout? If you have a 20-to-1 shot or, an 18-to-1 shot or whatever, why are you always hedging at 9-to-1? Yeah, it's great to lock up that money. I get it, but you're never hitting the really big payday that you ultimately set out to do at the beginning. I mean, I enter the tournament to win the tournament. I'm not entering the tournament to get four-handed or three-handed and chop.
No, for sure, for sure.
Okay.
And situations, of course, change all the time. Very fluid as far as how people will react to a chop proposition. I do find it funny, though, that in a scenario such as this one, where we're playing 30 big blind poker, some players might think their edge is large enough, to warrant additional money with regards to a chop, even though we're talking about, even like, between a terrible player and an amazing player. I'm not saying we're dealing with that kind of situation here, but the edges are pretty small when it comes to 30 big blind three-handed play, with the blinds going up every 40 minutes, especially when you consider that the best player is also going to finish third a good chunk of the time.
Yeah, I mean, you're never guaranteed. I don't care how big of a chip lead that you have. So, locking up some additional money, I think, is fine. Just from the little bit that we saw pre-break, pre-deal discussion, it did sound like Andy Seth was like not necessarily that interested. He kind of was like, I'll look at the numbers, but And how can you fault him? I mean, one, confidence is a massive thing in poker. The guy just won a streamed tournament here at Venetian 1 week ago, so he's on a bit of a high. He's, of course, playing extremely well. So I would, I can't necessarily fault him for possibly saying no, or maybe his compromise was, hey, let's not just do like a straight kind of chop where we all just take some money. Let's just kind of readjust the payouts and go from there. So I still have, a bit of upside, yes, but we're not just like kind of locking it up, and it's less competitive in a little way.
Well, these guys are still battling. As I mentioned, 35K now guaranteed for the final three.
Sure.
Neither player with an ace here. It goes check between Seth and Mu. Seth made it 330 pre, decided not to continue. His king high, however, still in front. Atypical in the chat saying, I saw this poker room live with Oaken in it. This room is so pretty. Thank you for the love, sir.
Sure.
It is definitely the standout room here on the strip. If you want to come and check it out, please do so. Wide range of options here. Tournaments, cash games, stakes of all variety, as we see Mu hit a jack on the river. Seth saying aye, aye, aye after checking on flop and turn. Is Seth making life harder for himself by not betting flop or turn and now trying to figure this out on the river with basically very little to go on as far as information?
I mean, yeah. He could have obviously bet. Having been the raiser pre-flop, I know he is out of position. You could just fire an ace-high board like this, so it does get tricky. I think the question is for him now, is his opponent going to fire a jack if he hit it, possibly a 9? I think you probably would have heard from Mu had he hit an ace on the flop, not necessarily that he bet the flop, maybe he checks that back, but I think he probably would have then bet the turn. So it's kind of like how thin of value is this guy going to go for? I certainly think that betting a jack is fine there, like Mu did, but that was kind of what.
Did you bluff me with that? With what you just said?
Not this time.
Well, no, I know, but is he bluffing with that too? How many bluffs has he just released?
I still can't really think of any like bluffs that have been at this final table. I mean, the one that sticks out to me is when Seth did the check raise with the 9-4 off, hit the heart on the turn. Well, actually, he got bluffed then. I mean, yeah, he got bluffed. I mean, but I mean, it's obviously hard for him to call with a 4-high flush, but yeah, I mean, there haven't really been any like big bluffs or at least frequent bluffs, so most of the time, you know, people just have it, which is fine.
Yeah.
6-4 off, enough for a 300,000 chip raise. Queens now for Mu. Now we're talking.
$250.
Seth with ace deuce suited in the big blind. Has all options available to him, basically.
I think you can play this one just as a call.
All in.
Wow. Now Seth moves all in. This is a huge shove, and Mu double checks the cards, makes the call, and now we've got 6.7 million in the middle. Seth's tournament life on the line with ace deuce. Mu with the queens, looking to get down to heads up play with a big chip lead. Andy Seth, 32%
Shout
here.
out to the Kevlar.
At least he's got an ace here to try and escape.
You're so nervous.
You know, this one is pot.
This is a very, very big pot. Andy Seth looking for some help. 9 of spades in the window. A king and a 3 behind it, both of the club variety.
Yeah.
Andy Seth now.
I'm pretty good at dodging clubs.
With a flush draw.
I'm pretty good at making flushes, so.
Deuce on the
pretty
turn.
Good at backdooring too.
Adds a wheel draw.
This one.
14 outs for Andy Seth. If he misses, he'll be out, and it's a club on the river. Andy Seth doubles into the chip lead.
No, I don't think so.
Up to 6.8 million.
3.4 or something.
And Mu left with 950.
Oh my God.
Wow. Back-to-back weeks.
I fucked one of your out.
Andy
I
Seth.
want to say A7.
He's got fortune on his side.
That's 1.5. Yeah.
Yeah, 1.5. So that's 3 million.
3.8. No, sorry. 3.35.
So 3.35. Yeah.
3-5.
What an enormous pot here. Donnie, run us through that ace deuce shove. Is that what you would have advised as his coach?
3.35.
I believe you.
I would have just called. I think ace 2 suited can just play fine post. I think you can flop some big hands. Obviously,
Thank you,
probably
bro.
the chief among them
You
would be
did deserve
over-flushing your opponent should he have inferior clubs.
I try.
I don't think a shove there is totally out of the question. It's probably in reality some sort of mix.
What a shove.
I looked at the deuce. I just wanted to show a deuce after he
you know,
folded.
I mean, maybe I guess you get better to fold out at times if he's got like ace 10 off, stuff like that, but
You make final table last week, you make again.
a lot of times you're just going to get snapped off by those
very good.
He plays good.
10s plus types of hands, dominating aces.
I think even if he just called, this will be still all in because.
Yeah, it's same thing.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Even if he just call, it's gonna be all in on the flop or bet raise, and he has overpair.
For sure.
Well, he didn't have an overpair.
Way too many odds.
Was the king high flop, right?
Yeah. So I don't think the money's just
And
getting
you're
all
playing now
on the flop.
4 million.
7, 10 plus 1, 830 you have?
5, 6,
Something like
7. 7 behind. 7 behind.
Oh,
All in.
Yeah.
Seth moves all in with Jack 3 of spades and Mu with
You
Queen
said yeah?
7.
I say yeah.
oh.
I thought he said yeah too.
7.
Mu is down to 7 bigs with Queen 7, as Daniel in the chat says. Such a cruel way to get a big hand cracked. 14 outs on the turn for Seth. Definitely was making the most of that sweat here.
You know the computer hand? This is the computer
This
hand?
is the computer hand?
Yeah.
First time I heard about it.
I think it's the worst hand that's a favorite versus a random hand or something.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly.
Interesting.
It's a funny hand to have in that spot. That's like the actual hand.
It's
where
like
it's like, well,
pure 50-50 hand, I think.
yeah.
Right in the middle.
Mu gets shorter, and we potentially get closer to a heads-up battle between Seth and Bozkurt. Ace 8 now for Seth, continues to apply pressure.
I think we're going to start seeing a lot more of this, and just obviously off that big double up, big leader now is Seth. Can just really lean on these guys.
Oh, yeah.
And Mu moves all in with King 6 suited, and Seth is going to make the call.
Have ace?
And
Yeah.
Mu's tournament life now on the line
Nice.
after being the chip leader for quite some time. Mu joked earlier that he went from short stack to chip leader, and now he's going to try to do the exact same thing all over again. But it has to start by winning this first one.
Good luck, brother.
Thank you.
60-40, so we're flipping coins here. Ace high versus king high. Let's see the flop. King 10-9. Mu takes control right away as Seth now looks for an ace. 5 of diamonds on the turn doesn't change a thing.
Doesn't change much, to be honest. Still got my 3 outs.
Seth still looking for an ace.
Yeah,
It's not there. So Mu will double up, and we will continue with 3-handed play.
You want brown or yellow or orange?
Whatever you want. I don't care.
What do you want?
5, 6.
Just give me
7,
orange. Easier
7,
to shove.
10, yeah.
I tried, Ekrem.
Yeah, you did, you did. First, he has the chance to make me money. He did, and I said, okay, you're out, man. Then you got the chance to make me money. You double him up.
You know how this ends, right? You bust in third.
Now it's time for you to do something. It's your turn to do something now. Just
Again, bro. Jeez, every time.
1.5, 1.65. All right, more than 10 bigs.
Big hands here as Bozkurt opts not to raise.
$375.
$375, right?
Check.
9-9 deuce. Bozkurt with ace high continues to just give Seth the initiative. 870 in the middle after Seth made it 375 and Bozkurt called.
150.
150 is the bet. Bozkurt
Call.
not going anywhere just yet with ace high. Queen of diamonds on the turn, and now Bozkurt will change his tune.
Check.
He'll go from change his tune from basically trying to sniff out any bluffs to trying to find ways to make some money.
And with the way Seth has played this hand, he can very well think he's the one representing a hand like an ace-queen here.
Well, Seth bets to 525, and Bozkurt, after an earlier misread of the board, just make sure that he gets it right here. To me, it just feels as though we're going to check call again, hoping that Seth continues to bet at this.
Call 525.
Call has been made. Deuce pairs on the river.
Check.
And look at this, Andy Seth reaching for chips again. This is an absolutely huge pot right now, and Seth with two hands firing out 1.125, and that is a big misstep here as Bozkurt snaps it off with ace queen.
But you come in, I three bet him.
And he now
So you come in, I three bet
the
him.
chip leader with 6.4 million, and Seth knocked down to 4 million.
I call. Yeah, you double up.
Huge swing
double
there,
up, yeah.
and the chip stacks.
Nice hand.
I thought we might see a check
Good
back there on
hand.
the river.
Yeah.
King high, I mean, you know.
Yeah, what are we trying to get to fold there?
I guess you're trying to get ace highs specifically to fold.
Right.
Right. But even then, that'd even be hard for ace highs to fold, to be honest. Double paired board like that.
Call.
6-4 for Seth. Just going to limp in on Mu's big blind. Still basically anyone's game here. Mu on 13 bigs. Definitely still a contender. We're still playing 60K, 120K.
Check.
King, queen, deuce. Two clubs. Mu picks up a flush draw. Mu picks this one up. Look here again at the beautiful gold lion trophy. That is what awaits the winner, along with a $55,000 check. And Mu is just going to jam here. 14 bigs. Not much there for Bozkurt.
Nice. Right back? Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Big one, please.
Seeing some love for Bozkurt in the chat. Let us know who you're rooting for. Still 3 players in the hunt here. 9-5 of diamonds here for Mu. I wouldn't be surprised if any of these 3 players took it down today. They've all
No, I mean, we've obviously seen the swings all over the place, so.
I'm sure I had a good hand there. Can't look. Don't want to know.
So how much you playing now?
I'll show you 1 second. 4? 3.9?
Yeah, that's 4 million.
Roughly 4. You have like 6. Little over 6.
Yeah.
You have little over 6, right?
A stand for Bozkurt. Of course, glancing at Mu's stack, which is the most likely to come into play.
250.
Thank you.
Very small raise here, so you know Mu can just come in pretty wide. You know, I mean, yeah, 9-7 off is kind of, you know, whatever. It'll play fine though, especially with this price. Hopefully, smash something big. You know, get a nice double up from your opponent.
Nine, 5, 3, 2 hearts,
Check.
and this is exactly what Mu was looking for. Now, if you're Bozkurt here, Donnie, does it make sense to start or to continue representing strength here, or do we simply decide to improve first?
225.
I can see him going either way, to be honest. You do have a 10, which, you know, can block some 10-9 type of hands. You have a heart, which blocks some heart continues. So if you just want to continue, I think it's fine. If you want to take that ace-high showdown value with 2 overs, I think that that's also fine. I would probably lean just checking back on this flop. Mu, I think, is probably just going to check jam this one with you know, 2 hearts out there, kind of a wet texture. Your hand does have some vulnerability. Hands like Bozkurt has, you just want to get free shots at the turn.
Bozkurt bets 225. Mu now
Oh, yeah.
thinking about it, and he moves all in. You can see by the expression on Bozkurt's face that he is not happy with
Hit
that.
that 9.
I did.
We're going to go to a new level as well. 75, 150 officially.
Thank you.
Bottom row. Snags them.
A little look here again at the payouts. 35K guaranteed for the final 3 after they took 5,000 from first and moved it into third. So dealing with some flatter payouts, but still, all this money is up for grabs, and they are playing for the top prize of $55,000. Andy Seth looking for back-to-back wins after he took down the Ultimate Stack last week. Sen Mu and
75, 150 it is.
in the hunt, looking for their first win.
Right? Yeah. Okay, here you go. That's 500 pre-roll, my friend.
Race. 300.
Kings here for Andy Seth, making it 300,000 to go from the button. Mu staring at a potential disaster with Jack 10 here.
$900.
And look at this.
900.
900,000 from Mu. A little bit shy of half a stack here, going into the pot from the small blinds. And if we're Seth here, Donnie, are we just thinking, oh, Mu's never folding?
I mean, that's kind of the thought that I'm thinking, you know. He's
You know what you started the hand with?
I'll give you
put in more than a third of his chips here, so I would kind of just be like, okay, I'm just going to put the money in. He's going to call, and let's go.
1.6 behind, 1.65 behind.
All in.
And there it is. Seth moves all in, thinking, hoping that Mu has a hand with which he's willing to go to showdown. But Mu, with Jack 10, was quote-unquote just messing around.
I will say that when Mu does not quickly call off here, I would guess that Seth is probably thinking, well, I guess he's never calling me.
Right.
Because wouldn't he have just called already? Like, what? You know, what's the tank for?
I mean, what is the tank for, Donnie?
Well, I think now he's just kind of trying to save a little face.
Right.
You know, being like, okay, you know, yeah, you kind of caught me.
But like, what real hand is Mu folding here? Like, is he 3-bet folding 8s and 9s, hands like that, Ace Jack?
No, and even a hand like Ace Jack, 8s and 9s, probably just rips for 17 bigs, right? So, like, I don't even think we're having this sort of question about it. I think those hands just ultimately put it in. I mean, unless, like, let's say he has, I don't know, Ace Queen, and he actually is the type of player that would then think about this. I would think that Mu would just have called it off already.
Right.
Like, I think this is just kind of saving face.
Well, he does let it go, and Seth wins a big one without even seeing a flop.
You didn't bluff me? Yeah.
Hard to bluff you when you have Jack 10 off. No, I think Mu's just playing the game there, you know.
Should just called.
And now Mu picks up Ace Jack. Would you have preferred to see him just call the Jack 10 in the small blind, or is that also asking for trouble in perhaps a bit of a different way?
I probably would have just folded the Jack 10 off. I mean, I don't totally mind the idea there. Oh, here we go.
Wow. And just like that, Mu's all in for 1.6 million with Ace Jack, and Seth now with 2 10s.
Yeah, you're like a King 7 diamond or something.
6-4 suited.
Let's go over. Sure.
Okay, my turn to win one.
Yeah, this one's for you, bro. This one's you.
Appreciate it.
This thing is never going to end. They're going to just be happy doubling each other up.
Yeah, you know. Till they all have 6 bigs.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so Seth with 10s looking to reduce this field to its final two contestants. And instead, we see ace-4-6. Mu hits top pair, and look at that smile. He knows that he's very close
This is going to be
to
dirty.
doubling up.
Hope not.
Me too, bro.
Seth looking for a 10.
Ooh.
It's the king of spades on the river, and Mu will double up.
What is it, 1.7 something? 1.8?
1.6 something, I think. This is 7, 9, 10, 1.5, 1.6, 55.
1.6. 55.
Yeah. 9, 10, 1.6, 55.
So Mu going to get up over 3.5 million with that one. He's going to move slightly ahead of Seth. Now they are still pretty close, those two.
Round and round
And
the mulberry bush.
That's right.
I didn't
That's Bozkurt up in front.
Thank you.
I'm kind of waiting for Bozkurt to take a little bit more control here three-handed. When he got the chip lead very early on in this final table, he really started to ramp up the aggression a bit, but now he's kind of seemed to back off a little bit more. So
In that thing?
now that he has a decent gap between him and the other two players, and you know they're for all intents and purposes tied in chips, I would like to see him, you know, start applying a little bit more pressure here.
My big.
I'll take a shot if you guys do.
I wish I can.
Another mocha?
Couple of jacks here for Seth.
That's the third one I've ordered from her.
Mocha, I take mocha.
That's a race.
4.
4.25.
Seth understandably coming a little bit larger here out of the small blind. If he does get called, would it, you know, have to play this out of position, so prefer to be a little bit larger if you do raise. No action there for Seth. He gets back out in front of Mu.
Race.
Seth is in there again, this time on the button, Jack-9 off.
$900.
Re-raise. 900.
Another 3-bet here. And Bozkurt finds ace-10. That's in the muck. I would guess that this one gets through on Seth. You know, a little bit of a mistime on the last 3-bet from Mu. This one is, at least in my estimation, well-timed here. There it is. Does hit the muck, so nice 3-bet there from Mu.
I blocked Jack-10 suited. That's the problem.
That's what I had last time.
10-8 suited on the button for Mu.
Raise 3 high.
Bozkurt finding ace 10 suited. Nice spot for him. He is the chip leader as well.
Call.
And Seth wakes up to ace queen offsuit here in the big blind. Seth on a little bit over 20 bigs here. 22 bigs for him. There is the jam.
How much you play?
This is a tough spot here for Bozkurt.
I believe. Yep.
3.15.
So after paying the big blind ante,
Is
the
that the
jam
one?
is
Is that
for
the
21
3.15?
bigs here.
1.3, 1.5, 3.15. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. This is for about 2/3 of Bozkurt's chips, so this is a very, very big call if he were to make it. Of course, we can see that he would be behind. On the surface, you know, it does look like a good spot for Seth. Bozkurt is probably pretty close to the bottom of what he would think about here. You know, the ace-jack, ace-10 suiteds. He does find the fold, does not get sticky.
I know, I want him to call.
So you're calling for sure there. Yeah.
Yeah. The reason I didn't retrieve it you because I was expecting he's gonna shove. I don't know.
Oh, it's just 50.
Well, that's
You get
interesting
away
to
with
say that.
one.
I didn't 3-bet you on the button because I expected him to shove, which would tell me that you then have already decided you're going to call the shove.
Pocket fives?
Huh?
Pocket fives? Ace 10?
Did you have the fold?
There it is. He nailed it. Ace 10.
What'd you say?
I didn't say anything. You'll see it soon.
I was so close to call you for that hand.
King jack.
Huh?
Another nice hand here.
I
He
think
had
I thought
jacks,
that
then he had the ace queen, now he's got the kings. Pretty nice run here for Andy Seth.
Yeah, and stacks still very close together.
Raise 4.25.
These players are really making it a big show to try and determine who will be the next champion here at Venetian Poker Live. $425 from Seth from the small blind. His usual trickery might have been a good option again here. We've seen him limp raise on numerous occasions.
Well, Mu's about to call this one here. I mean,
I'm absolutely shocked to
Queen
see this.
deuce off feels a little bit ambitious in this spot. I mean, it's also, you know, I think you talked about, what was it earlier, Queen 6, something like that, where it's just, it's hard to connect in any sort of way, and even when you do connect, how comfortable are you? Like, even if you flop top pair, I mean, your kicker's a deuce. Like, how how great do you feel about things? So
yeah, even your deuce flush draw that you flop right now is not looking too comfortable. Seth comes with the check. Now Mu thinking to himself, do I try and make something happen here? Perhaps tell a story on multiple streets? Is that going to be too costly? Should I even be investing any money here?
375.
And he does go for it, betting 375. Now, Donnie, Seth, of course, will not be intimidated by this flop in the slightest. Even a worst-case scenario, he's probably up against a flush draw.
Yeah, and I think he's going to just play it just like this, check call. I think initially that's why he's checking. You know, ideally you get a nice, safe turn card. I think that's a pretty good card for you right there.
Check.
So you're still pretty comfortable here.
I mean, Mu finds himself in no man's land, really.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can put much credit into this deuce of spades. I mean, yeah, maybe it's some sort of emergency backup should you need it.
Check.
But, you know, your opponent could check call a lot of worse spades. Or, sorry, a lot of better spades. I should say there's no worse spade. So, yeah. Will be interesting to hear to see if Seth wants to try and come with some sort of value bet or if he wants to just check call. I think once it goes check check on the turn like this, again, I do think that 6 on the turn pairing the board is a good card for him, so I like this lead, yes. He can get called by, you know, maybe an 8, 10s. I think had his opponent flopped a flush, he's going to just try and go 3 streets and get all the money in. That's probably the line you want to take with your very, very big hands.
Seth is extremely pleased not to see a 4th spade pop up. That would have, of course, given Mu the emergency flush to claim the win here. But now, Mu, after pairing his deuce, thinking to himself, could it be that my deuce is good here against an overcard holding by my opponent?
Yeah, I mean, if he kind of talks himself into, what if he's got ace queen with the queen of spades or ace queen with the ace of spades, something like that.
Mu, again, is seriously considering it.
And again, I think this ultimately goes back to how the hand originated, how it started.
Right.
Because this is ultimately, no matter what you end up with Queen Deuce, you're going to just kind of be in this weird no man's land.
It's similar to what we talked. Oh, wow.
Kings.
Mu makes the call with the deuce, hoping that Seth has an ace-king or an ace-queen type hand. And look at this. Seth back in the chip lead by a nice margin, too, up to 5.9 million.
Yeah.
That was a hand
Okay, I give the chip for both of us.
Please.
that went completely in the opposite direction of what I was expecting.
Yeah, just both of us. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and, you know, again, a little bit of compounding of the mistakes. It starts with the pre-flop, you know, a little bit of a loose call there.
I know, right?
In position,
Yeah,
you know,
please. You
even
wanna
if
know
he
the real
rivers a
sick thing?
queen,
You
like,
three
I mean,
bet
how
with Jack
kind
10
of
suited,
comfortable
I
are
have
you
kings.
overall? So it's just a really hard spot when you
He's
get in
getting
there
a
with
hand.
those very
I've had the
loose
I've
hands.
had a lot of hands.
Yeah, king's also the hand. Huh?
When you raise, when you go all in with me, you had a pair in that hand?
Which?
300, you went all
No.
in. No pair?
You?
I didn't have the pair. I had a good ace.
Yeah, you had ace jack, ace 10.
What is it?
I would have taken a call.
On big blind? Okay.
I had ace queen that hand.
Really, I thought ace 10 suited.
All right, Seth on the button here with
You
Jack
shoved
8.
ace 2 in that hand, I don't know.
Trying to use that newly gained chip lead to his advantage. What a back and forth this final table has been. All three players have had the chip lead on numerous occasions. And now it is Seth back in the lead. But, you know, Mu's still not out of it. He's been down to the 10 big blind range before. Seth now makes it 300K. Bozkurt with 10-9. He's going to make the call. We see Queen 8-5, Rainbow.
Check.
Seth continues here after having hit his 8. Inside straight draw here for Bozkurt. The jack would be a terrible card. Would give Seth 2 pair, Bozkurt a straight. Let's see what the turn brings. It's the 3 of diamonds instead. Could see Seth slow down a bit here.
Check.
Just in case. As we mentioned many a times, this final table has not been full of bluffs. And Seth is going to try and deny equity by betting again here on the turn. And even just the thought of a bet was enough to get Bozkurt to fold. So more now heading into Seth's direction. Once again, please let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. And if you haven't already checked out the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel, might as well do so right now. Click the link in the PokerGo YouTube chat. Subscribe to the Venetian Poker Live channel. And that way you'll get all the clips and highlights from all of our shows over at Venetian Poker Live into your feed. Jimmy asking, did they make a deal over the break? Well, not necessarily a deal, but they took $5,000 from first and added it to third place. So the new payouts are now $35,000 for third, $42,000 for second, and $55,000 for first. So they've made it a little bit shallower, but no money has been, chopped up in the traditional sense, which we would often see in live tournaments.
Bro, what's your name?
You can call me Sam. I go with Sam.
Sam?
Yeah.
What's your real name?
Sen. S-E-N.
Sen?
Yeah.
Can I call you Sen?
Whatever you like. Be close. I want to make it easier for everyone.
Do you know how much you're playing, Sen? 1.3.
1.1 something.
Yeah.
After this.
Yeah.
Behind.
Bozkurt ace-3 of diamonds on the button. Again, with that glance over at the stack of Mu.
1.5? 1.1.
Total 1.4 something, I think.
Call. Call.
Check.
Check.
Queen 10-9, Rainbow here, as we have all 3 players involved. Bozkurt opted not to raise with ace-3, which I'm a little surprised to see.
Check.
Personally, I would have been okay if Mu jammed 9 bigs there, holding ace-3 of diamonds. And now we're seeing lots of checking.
Check.
Check. Check. Four high.
Bozkurt bets 400K on the river. Mu, with his 9, has the best hand. Making the call here also the hardest for him.
Okay.
And both players fold, and Bozkurt picks it up on the river.
One big blind.
$75K 150. The price of poker is not going down, in case you were wondering.
All in.
Hmm?
All in.
All in.
3.
It's not a very good hand. No, you're good.
I think I can beat that.
Yeah. No, you're good. You can beat that? No?
I can beat that.
Okay. Because I don't want to make bad fall.
King high. Can beat them with 1 card. Can I try another one?
Call.
Limp pot here. Blind battle. Hand 98 at this final table. King 8-4, 2 clubs. Seth versus Bozkurt again. Bozkurt hits an 8.
Check, check.
Seth opts to check back. 7 of hearts on the turn.
Check.
Seth with the inside straight draw. Bozkurt continues to check. Here comes Seth.
175.
Trying to take it down with a bet of 175.
Call.
Six of spades completes the board. Bozkurt gets the check mark.
Check.
Seth has been down this road before where Bozkurt is trying to get him to bet. Perhaps Seth will be like, yeah, maybe I should just take it easy here and not run into that same scenario. But he is reaching.
350.
350 is the bet from Seth, trying to make it look like he's going for value. Bozkurt going over the options here. A little hard snap of the cards, putting together the call. And there he is, makes the call with his 8.
Jack high?
Yeah.
Jack
I can
high
beat that.
announced there, and Bozkurt can indeed beat that. He tables the 8.
Mine's 75, 150.
Have I won a pot off you yet that we've seen the flop?
Huh?
Have I won a pot off you yet that we've seen the flop? I think every pot we've seen the flop you've won.
Is that, I didn't pay attention to that, but
I'm sure I'm wrong. I'm sure there's one, but I think you're like 6 of 7.
no, there is a pot you won too, but
Yeah, I know. I can't think of it, but
I noticed that, yeah. You won a lot against him, but me, I think.
All 3 of these players
to
have
be
won a
honest, I
lot.
don't remember one.
yeah.
I mean, I don't want to say that, but
You took all my chips and keep giving it to him.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
yesterday too, I was running good against him. He said he folded the ace for me, and when I had full house.
King 7 for Seth in the
You're
small
playing
blinds.
1.3. 1.1, something behind.
Yeah. On.
Seth comes with the jam. applying pressure on Mu, who finds King Deuce.
Damn it. Another tough one.
Oh boy. Mu does not want to have to call here with King Deuce, but sometimes the odds will tell you to. Mu thinking to himself, Seth will be shoving a variety of queens, maybe even jacks. Is he ahead here? It doesn't make sense for him to call it off. You can tell that Mu doesn't want to call, but he also is realizing that perhaps with 9 big blinds, this is the spot where he could be a favorite. Now we can tell, of course, that he is not, but
King 4? Queen 9?
Look at this. Seth almost called it exact.
Tank.
King 9, I think.
Fold.
Painful fold.
Pardon?
Painful fold.
I bet. Probably good fold.
Probably. Not 100%.
No. But yeah.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Ace jack for Seth.
300,000.
Right back to work we go.
Cool. Heads up.
Call made by Bozkurt.
Check.
6-4-4. Bozkurt flopping trips. Seth literally just finished saying that he hasn't beaten Bozkurt in any hand post flop.
Bet. 175.
And here we go again. Seth again continuing, looking to take this hand down.
Call.
And Bozkurt again with the check call. He's been passive and it's been working against Seth, who is leaning towards betting. I like a large majority of the time. Bozkurt again with a check.
Check.
3 of clubs completes the board on the river. Trip 4 is his best here, and Seth has seemingly surrendered here, and he does.
You have the best hand every flop. That's why.
Flop run very bad. I mean, flush get there.
Oh, glad I didn't shove.
Huh?
Glad I didn't shove.
It's coming, Ekrem. One of these days I will win a 4 big blind pot off of you.
We're gonna play. I mean, like.
I know. Let's count Sam out. Count him out.
he's still around, so we're gonna play a lot of.
I'm still here.
Yeah, he's still around.
I can barely see him.
Yeah, we respect him.
I am still here.
Yeah, of course.
Still anyone's game here. 101 hands played so far at the final table. No winner in sight just yet. 75K, 150K are the blinds. Mu now on 7 bigs with Jack 7 of spades. Looks like the potential for a shove, but he does decide to let it go.
Call. Raise 450,000.
And instead, we get Bozkurt versus Seth, part 100. So it seems.
Well, yeah, that's the only way.
You win this one.
You made a mistake. You're supposed to see the flop. Then I'm drawing it. Auto stem the pot that way.
Fours for Bozkurt. On the button, his turn to raise, so it seems. Him and Seth very even in chips. Mu is like the third wheel almost.
Raise 325,000.
Action now on Mu.
Not this time.
Wants no part of this.
I thought this is the one you're gonna go all in. I can't.
Not even close.
I had the hand you wanted to shove there.
Give me your hand.
Would have loved to. I couldn't do anything with it. Would you have that hand, Ekrem? Would you tell me, or do I have to wait?
Which one?
Just now.
A pocket pair. Good enough to call all in. It's short. Yeah.
I folded an ace.
I might have one over.
I think it's good fold. Reg ace.
Reggie,
Usually
yeah.
Yeah, usually I have a better ace here.
Raise 300,000.
See the flop.
Oh God.
I make mistake last and I fold my hand.
Yeah. Sure they did.
Yeah.
300K from Seth.
Check is good.
Bozkurt calls. King, queen, 4. Bozkurt again with the best of it. Seemingly impossible for Seth to get one by his opponent. And as I said, you know, we're not seeing any bluffing.
Call.
Ace of clubs comes out on the turn here. I wonder if that's going to be used as a card to bluff on for Seth.
Check.
Check.
Instead, Seth thinks better of it. Has not been fortunate in these one-on-one battles between the two players.
Check.
Oh, Seth's going to be upset if he checks back, and Bozkurt is going to table a king, announcing trips.
Basically play the board. It's like you win, I check.
Check.
I mean, you know I'm winning, right?
Why you bother?
I thought you fire one more.
I was. This thing takes real discipline
last hand?
to not
Yeah,
just bluff because
yeah.
I have absolute dog shit, dog whatever.
All right, the players are taking another short break. We'll be back in just a few. Here's a look at the payouts. 35K guaranteed for the final three, and we are still three-handed here after 103 hands at this final table. This battle is far from over. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Go back in about 15 minutes.
And there's yeah.
Once again, shout out to everyone who's tuned into our stream tonight. One final time, please. Hit subscribe on the Venetian Poker Live channel.
Yeah. Just give me the pot every time.
Expand our reach. Make sure everyone knows about this game. This massive game happening every Saturday on the Venetian Poker Live channel and on PokerGo.
And, right, if there's any millionaires or wealthy people, affluent people that want to come play, JRB said, look, you show up here with 50K, 100K.
How many raises are you going to make?
Maybe we can get you in the game.
You can DM me on Twitter or find a way to contact Venetian Poker Live on social media. We will pass along your contact details to JRB as we see
you're ahead.
a massive pot building here. Brittany all in for 37,600.
We can't even plug the channel.
No. We go 2K, 11, 27.
Today I'm very lucky.
And now we are all in 77,000.
Always the queens.
Queens for the queen.
Running it twice. King 7-6.
We're doing it twice.
That shot
no,
here
please don't put the 8 out there.
JRB.
Please don't. No 8. No 8, Brittany. Please. No, just no 8.
A jack of hearts is okay.
9 on the turn. Additional
No
outs for
8,
JRB.
no 9, no 10. Okay? No 8, 9, 10. No 8, 9, 10.
Don't believe him.
No, come on. Don't do that to Brittany. She's so lovely.
River card. The 6 of hearts.
That's a really, really bad card for me.
Lots of
Really
JRB's
bad
outs
card.
being mixed there. The 6-7, 2 hearts,
two
a
hearts.
9.
Squandered.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, second board. Oh, look at this. 7, 8, 4.
Every hand's
Now you got a chance. The sixes.
Jack or a 6
Oh, my
now.
sixes.
JRB to split it.
Oh.
Jack's
dead.
Jack's out.
No jacks,
You
though.
can hit a jack.
We're all wild.
Lots of jacks left.
can have
Lots
a
of
jack.
jacks. Lots of jacks left.
Oh, spades,
Lots
not
of
gonna do
jacks
it.
left.
Okay, chop it.
Put like a
How much, Brittany?
black 4.
All right, river card. The 10 of diamonds.
Needle.
And Brittany
What
is going
a
to double
needle.
through JRB.
He's gotten a couple
even
small
know
bluffs
what's
through,
going
but now
on.
he's got a real hand.
Messed that game up so badly. Can't believe I didn't call Peter with an ace there. That was crazy.
And Isaac looks interested.
但输了勾我们不是大概率更没勾了。
I had a spade call.
I had 9 that hand. I had 9 that
而且我
I had a
我
spade
3天
call.
辅导你的。
And JRB in the straddle with ace queen of diamonds makes it 15,000.
Those blockers don't mean shit to me.
Oh, baby. Peter with that look in his eyes.
They got the flush. They got the flush.
Like I'm coming after you.
The full house.
Oh, yeah. So what else you got left there, JRB? Because I'm going to put it all in there.
33. 33.
The excitement from Peter here.
King Jack, huh? Okay, okay.
That's
King
30.
Jack up.
Peter being a little meticulous here with his bet
God
size.
dang it, really?
Puts in
Dang.
32,000.
Peter-
Easy one
Peter-
for Isaac here.
Peter just gets the action, doesn't
JRB knows he's...
He's
He knows he's putting it in. He doesn't know how good he is.
he? Why, you got a big hand? Yeah, obviously.
Nice.
All right, running it twice. 100,000 in the middle.
Ooh, I know.
JRB versus Peter.
What are you gonna do?
Okay.
It looks worse than it
Nice
is.
hand,
JRB does have a pretty good hand here against kings.
All right, can JRB find an escape here to get his money back?
Yeah. Yeah.
First flop, let's see it. And there's the diamonds.
Wow.
When
King
you
of
run
diamonds.
it twice, you always want to win the first one, Remco.
Yep.
That's not good for you. Not at all.
And there's the diamonds. Peter looking for a king or a 4 to make a full house. Otherwise, JRB will be free
4,
roll on
I
this
go
hand.
4. Come on, make it fun. Fun for the viewers. 4. Oh, wrong one. Unlucky, unlucky.
这会还要发个 ace 出来。
Unlucky.
He's needling as he wins.
还有 ace， 还有 ace，
No ace。
还有 ace。
You said ace。那都可以。
还有 means
Can he
there's
do it
still
twice?
aces, That's what he said.
Yeah.
There's still aces.
哦哟，还好。
Jack 8-5, 2
Chopper
clubs.
good. I'm very happy. Gaoxing with the chop.
Chopper.
Chopper Gaoxing. Chopper Gaoxing.
Diamond.
Happy with the chop.
Chopper.
Ace!
Oh
my
gosh.
gosh,
Oh,
it
come
hurts
on,
so
dealer. What's
Oh,
this?
man.
Bullshit. Okay, never come back Venetian again. The host of the game, that's how we run.
JRB with the miracle pull.
Unlucky.
How's that
Wins 2 boards with
What
ace
happened
queen
to
versus
JRB of old that
kings.
used to always get all the bad beats?
Oh
Now I'm the
my
lucky
God.
fucker.
We got ace-3 of clubs checking in the straddle, so there's a lot of formidable hands here going to the flop.
Is there a squid button in there?
Jack 7-6, PP flopping the nut flush draw. We got Isaac bottom end of the open-ended. Jack top pair for Nick. Once again, lots of customers here potentially.
Yeah, multi-way pots. You got to just tread carefully. That's my best advice. Tread carefully.
13,
Well,
raise to 13.
No care enacted as PP makes it 13,000 immediately. Action back on Isaac.
So here Isaac, when he bet on the button, it's like, yeah, I have an up and down straight draw. You have a 5 high. Maybe I just want to try to win the pot. But when you're up against all these people and you don't have much else to go with it, you might just want to have checked. But he gets check raised here, and now he's going to see the turn. And he's got decent equity, but he's not going to feel comfortable unless he hits a straight. A 4 or 5 is not going to feel good.
Wow, 8 of diamonds on the turn.
Wow, say wow again.
Wow.
Because this is a huge card. Because PP's not slowing down here. PP check raise the flop as a bluff, right? So he's just going to keep blasting. And look at Isaac's poker face here.
24,000 is the bet. Isaac has 112 left on the turn here.
So you just ask yourself, do I want to trap and slow play?
He does
Keep their range open?
Right. He just makes the call. Looking to fade a club. 7 pairs on the river. Less than a pot-sized bet left here for PP. Now, does he want to surrender? Does this man look like someone who surrenders? He's got the Richard Mill on the wrist. An indication, perhaps, of his
Richard
willingness to
Mill.
bluff.
Yeah, I'm just messing around. Richard Mill on the wrist. Watch as I grab my chips.
And here we go. 45,000 is the bet. And the quick call from Isaac, who wins $171,000 pot.
Holy shit.
Wow, man. Wow. I mean, these just happen so fast.
Chips are flying. Waiting for those graphics to catch up here. A6-3 on board.
Oh my God.
Wow.
This is what
It's
we're
not real.
watching for Peter. This is disaster.
Oken makes the call, and we've got 2 pair versus 2 pair.
Could this night be going any worse for Peter?
The 9 of spades on the turn. And some eagerness here from Peter, who just casually tosses out 25,000. Is this a situation where Oken must think, well, if Peter has any ace, can I get him to call a shove here?
It's a spot where you just keep calling, because if he's bluffing, you let him keep bluffing. And if he has whatever, like he has, he's going to keep betting.
Oh.
So,
And Oken moves all in on the turn.
Oh, Peter just got to feel sick, but I mean. you
Oh,
got
he makes
two
the
pair.
call.
Yeah.
237 in the middle. 2 pair versus 2 pair. And Peter can only laugh at how unlucky he's been getting.
Yeah, I mean, geez. What can you do?
Youngster, 2
This
times.
is awful.
2 times here. And Peter with only 2 outs.
Oh, gross. Gross.
What a disgusting turn of events for
Tough
Peter.
day for him. First,
2 pair versus straight. Now 2 pair versus 2 pair.
，A 9就好了。
got no words, Remco.
I mean, I'm speechless.
Sometimes it's just one of those nights. Nothing can go your way.
Seth.
First river card incoming. The deuce of hearts.
Ooh.
That was close.
Wow.
Oka now free rolling. Peter still with only 2 outs. Needs to hit a 3 in order to get his money back here. 7 of spades, and Brian Oken will double to 238 as Peter takes another massive hit. Probably picking up some new followers tonight.
24. Call.
Peter makes it 2,400 with 5-4 of spades. Quite a few nice hands for deep stack cash play here.
Oh yeah, suited connectors always play pretty good. They play a little bit different when you're playing limped pots because the ranges are wider, but the king 10 of hearts you like to have too.
Look at this.
Holy crap.
3, 4, 5, 2 hearts.
Holy crap.
Isaac flops the 7 high straight. We got the hard flush draw for Oken. We got 2 pair for Peter. I need a seatbelt.
Yeah, Peter's already itching right here. I can tell. Look, he's crawling out of his skin thinking about how he's going to get a bunch of money in here.
This is unbelievable. This flop is hitting 3 players extremely hard, and the stacks are super deep.
And this is really cool. I love seeing all 3 players with the biggest hands lined up in that last camera shot because everyone is trying not to give off anything.
And Oken with a monster draw.
Yeah, that's a good call there with the king 10 of hearts. You can be dominated by some ace x of hearts. You'd really, yeah. So let's see a turn.
It's the king of diamonds, and Oken hits top pair. Now, this is actually quite almost like troublesome for Oken because he's going to pay a much bigger price now to see the river, even though his pair outs are dead. He can just hit a king for trips, and that's also not going to do anything.
Yeah, well, what might save Oken here is being in position and what happens with Peter and Isaac. Because if there's a big bet and a raise, you undoubtedly know your flush draw is in bad shape, equity-wise. Peter should be a little more cautious here, but with 2 pair, you know, whatever. But think about, just look at the board. 3, 4, 5, 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. What are all the hands that exist?
Peter bets 40,000, and Isaac with the straight and the flush draw now has an insane spot.
Yeah, you got the monster of all monsters you can call here, trap, keep Oken in, let Peter keep betting into you, which is typically okay, or do you get a little excited early and you just force the action? What I was saying about Peter, though, if you think of all the hands that exist, ace deuce makes a straight, 6, 7 makes a straight. There's all these equity flush draws. So when you have all these people in the pot, you got to be cautious that, you know, there's sets, there's straights, there's all these other hands. Even though you have 2 pair, it looks better than it is, really. Especially when you see a guy grabbing 150K in black chips. Brown chips, excuse me. Holy crap.
And Isaac moves all in. Oken with the snap fold. And Peter makes the call. We have 362,000 in the middle, running it twice. Peter looking for a 4 or a 5. And the 5 of diamonds has been folded.
6, 7 with the diamonds redraw.
Isaac
so rough.
In a crazy good spot.
Wow. You had hearts?
King 10 of hearts.
Running it twice.
And I think that's a spot where Peter just needs to think a little bit more.
We beat the record of biggest pot in Venetian Poker Live history.
Let's go.
By over 100,000.
Let's go.
Matt Berkey, move over. We got a new captain in town here.
It's not over, though.
It could be chopped. Okay, fair. I'll give you that. 259 was the previous biggest pot, Wasserson versus Berkey. Right now, running it twice. First one.
Oh my God! I thought that was 4 of clubs for a second.
First one goes to Isaac. He now on a free roll. River card. Queen of clubs. It's a scoop. Isaac wins the biggest pot in Venetian Poker Live history. $362,000. What a crazy, crazy hand.
0.2?
At that point, if you're still in this. Welcome back to Venetian Poker Live. We still have 3 contenders in the race
for the title in this $1,100 ultimate stack. The final three guaranteed $35,000, $42,000 for second and $55,000 for first. My name is Remco Renkema, delivering you commentary for this final table. We are 103 hands into the final table. Let's see how many more it'll take to find a champion. Thanks again to everyone who's tuned in. Please like the video and subscribe to the channel. We appreciate you all for tuning in. A week from now, on Monday, we'll have our next Venetian DeepStack Final Table. You can play that event.
All in.
It starts on Wednesday, May 7th. 4 starting flights. Day 2 on Sunday, and the final table on Monday as we see Mu move all in from the button. And the call made by Andy Seth.
5. I mean, why are you? Oh, 9 there.
Ace 9 versus Queen 9.
I'd rather have Ace King.
The first hand back from break.
I want him to come, not to leave you.
Is Sen Mu going to be our third place finisher, or does he have another comeback in him? The swings have been large at this final table right now. Mu in trouble.
Wow, 10 deuce I had it.
10 deuce 6, no good. As Mu looks for a queen and a queen only.
Wow.
The jack gives him 11 outs.
8.
King, queen, or 8.
Sad to say it,
Would
but
keep
8.
Mu in the tournament. Instead, it's a 4, and we are down to heads-up play. Sen Mu
Good playing with you as
put
always,
on
son.
quite a show. His play was impressive. He will walk away with a $35,000 paycheck as Andy Seth goes heads up again. Back-to-back weeks where we see him battle for the
Thanks,
title.
homie.
Can he do it again? That is the question.
Help me out, Brad. The button was there, right?
A dead-even heads-up match. $6 million for each
I'm the
player.
small blind.
30 big blinds. We're basically playing
No,
a
I was the button.
heads-up sit and go
Now
here.
I am the small blind.
Hold on. Huh?
He can't be the big blind.
That's correct.
I'm big?
Yeah, because I can't pay it twice.
Oh, I see.
You have to go for, you lose your button, but.
Okay.
All right, heads-up action underway. Even stacks. Seth versus Bozkurt. $13,000 difference between first and second. 42K versus 55K after they made a small adjustment to the payouts during three-handed play. 10-9-5 rainbow here on the first flop.
Saw a flop and won one. Let's go.
So we have pretty close chips, right?
Yep.
Yeah, actually, right.
Should be just about 6 to just about 6. Yep.
Wow, that's a good heads up. Like we finish him up and.
Yeah, let's. No, I'm good. Thank you.
10-7 here for Bozkurt on the button. All right, chat, let me know. Who do you think is going to win this? Bozkurt has gotten the better of Seth all day long here at this final table. And Seth pouncing here, making it 700 to go. Takes it down pre-flop. Aggression will be the name of the game. Andy Seth, in my opinion, the more aggressive player of these two. Bozkurt has been hitting a lot of hands, which is very helpful during heads-up play. Seth had an impressive showing last week as well during heads-up play. Queen 7 deuce, 2 clubs here. King high is best, which
Gotta just do your own betting here during heads-up play.
Check. Check. Good. Missed a bet. Missed a bet.
There's a look at the Lion Trophy with the wings, awaiting the winner. And Seth could really add to his collection here, winning 2 in a 7-day span.
Go ahead.
A limp and a check. Seth's seeing a free flop with 6-3 off. Not bad. King Deuce, definitely a strong hand in heads-up play. Surprised to see Bozkurt not raise. A7-8 and goes check, check. Just to go over some numbers here. Seth has a VPIP of 57, Bozkurt 38%. But where the big difference comes into play is the pre-flop range, the pre-flop raise percentage. Seth is at 41%, Bozkurt is at 17%. So, judging by those numbers, if Seth continues with the aggressive play, he should be able to eke out a little bit of an advantage here, giving himself a buffer, because aggression definitely helps here, because not always do you make a hand. It's $55,000 for the winner, $42,000 for second place. Nine, deuce, 6, 2 hearts. Heart flush draw for Bozkurt. Set the initial raiser, action on him, and he checks back. 5 of spades on the turn. And after a lot of passive play, Seth is able to back his way into a winning pair. We'll skirt again with the check.
You got it.
And Bozkurt, let's go on the river.
Man, what a flop for me.
Yeah?
I bet the flop you fold?
I don't know.
Bet I check raise you. Had flush draw 2 over. Didn't get there. Disappointed.
And again, Bozkurt with the limp. Seth with a better queen here, queen 10 in the big blind. He's going to raise it up.
7 or 5?
7.
Oh.
I'll get it. Yeah.
Ace-Jack-7 on the next hand. Every hand going to the flop so far. I really think Bozkurt has to find a way to play more aggressive. This little stab here, getting him some chips back. But yeah, there's no hiding in heads-up play. It's as simple as that. There is no hiding. You cannot rely on the cards to continue to go your way. As we see here, Seth has eked out a small advantage in the early goings.
Yeah.
7-4 clubs here on the button. And because of the big blind ante, lots of incentive to at least see a flop, or at least try to see a flop. Bozkurt now betting 200K with his 4. And with king high, Seth is going to come along.
King high.
4.
King high, no good. Bozkurt wins this one with a 4. Queen Jack here for Seth on the button. .8 to 5.2. Anyone's game here. Heads up in the ultimate stack. Dennis in the chat says, Seth's got this.
Good.
Seth definitely has the experience from his recent win here inside the studio. Should be helpful to him. Bozkurt has a lot of winnings of his own. 923,000 in career earnings. A long list of cashes, mostly in Las Vegas. His largest win dating back to September of 2018, when he finished second in a WinStar River Poker Series event in Thackerville for 215,000. Interesting to note as well that his 3 next biggest cashes are all Venetian DeepStack events. Most recently, 7th in an ultimate stack back in June of 2022, but also a 2nd place in a $800 event back in February of 2019, and a 5th place in a DeepStack event back in 2019. So this man, a regular player inside the Venetian poker room. Andy Seth on 1.9 million in career earnings, as we discussed on the broadcast last week. He has only one, or he had only one live win on his resume prior to last week, which was back in 2009. He broke that dry spell and now is going for back-to-back wins on back-to-back Mondays. Seth here betting with his open-ended straight draw. Gets a call from Bozkurt with 8-4, 7 pairs on the turn. Five of spades on the river. And this is very, very interesting because look at this. Bozkurt makes an 8-high straight on the river, but Andy Seth with a 9-high straight. Very well disguised and a crazy cooler unfolding here in front of us. Andy Seth makes the 9-high straight on the river, and Bozkurt bets into him for 500K. We are dealing with a paired board, but given the prior action, that should not really be a factor. Just to summarize here, limped pot pre, Bozkurt check called 200K on the flop. The turn went check, check, and here we go. Fireworks on the river. Seth makes it 1.8 million, and the action is now back on Bozkurt.
All in?
Wow.
There's no fucking way. How much?
Bozkurt moves all in with the 8-high straight.
Absolutely no way.
And Seth, rather than fist pumping, is upset over the idea that his straight could be beat here. 7-6, 7-5, 5s, 6s, deuces. But would he ever have those? On the other hand, you ask yourself, what would he shove that I beat in this situation? Bozkurt has been tight. Bozkurt has been passive in many situations. So Andy Seth must be thinking to himself, what does this guy have that he's comfortable shoving that I can beat? The answer is 8-4. Both players could also have 9-8, leading to a chop, but obviously 5s, 7-5, 6s, deuces, 7-6, 7-5. Those are options that would beat Seth.
Ekrem, what is going on, brother? Jesus Christ.
And the likelihood of Bozkurt bluffing has to be so small that Seth is probably thinking, I can only win in a very specific scenario.
4.2, right?
4.275.
Yeah.
Given the play of this final table, given the playing styles, I could see Seth fold his 9-high straight here. Asking yourself, you know, does Bozkurt shove 4-3? That's what he beats. Does he shove just any 7? Probably not, given the way he's played. Then again,
I have a huge hand, by the way. If I have the best hand, it's the purest slow roll ever. I'm just trying to figure out how.
Seth knows that this could backfire, even though we can see that he's got this locked up. If he says call, the tournament is over. That's where we're at.
4.275, right? I bet 2.475 more.
Seth is not out if he calls and loses. That must be, or could be, a deciding factor here for him to ultimately pull the trigger. He is not happy about this. What a crazy scenario here.
Straight.
The call is made, and the straight announced and shown, and Bozkurt is eliminated in second place
What an insane
hand.
cooler.
Yeah, nice hand.
As the 5 of spades decides this tournament, and Andy Seth goes back to back.
It's just, I can't.
You play your hand great.
Yeah.
I don't mean to slow roll you. It's just, I believe you. And I know you have a great hand.
Yeah.
And I don't beat that many great hands.
Yeah.
Andy Seth wins again. This
pleasure,
time,
brother.
taking home $55,000 as Ekrem Bozkurt
Sick setup.
takes home $42,688.
I almost folded, bro.
As we look at the payouts of this final table. Wow, what a roller coaster this was. We played three-handed for over 2 hours. And ultimately, it was Andy Seth versus Ekrem Bozkurt. Please join us again next week as we will have the final table of the $800 Ultimate Stack, which starts on a Wednesday. 4 starting flights, day 2 on Sunday, and the final table on Monday. Will Andy Seth be back? Why not? If anyone can do it, it has to be Andy Seth. Once again, for Donnie Peters, my name is Remco Rinkema. Thank you all so much for watching. It was an honor and a pleasure as always. Please stay tuned to Venetian Poker on Twitter for all the latest updates. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel and like the video if you're having a good time with us, because the Venetian streams will keep on coming at you. And we got a lot more on tap as we head into the busy summer months. Once again, thanks for watching, and we'll catch you on the next one.